is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Minnesota.
From the home of the World Series champs, the Twins road trip rolls on tonight as they look to get even with the Royals in Game 2, and it's coming your way from Kauffman Stadium. This Twins World Series is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com for more information. This weekend, the right field parking lot of Kauffman Stadium doubles as a temporary home to some of the biggest moments in baseball history, thanks to the Hall of Fame tour that has made a stop this weekend in Kansas City. Hi everyone, I'm Audra Martin, coming to you from inside the state-of-the-art exhibit that brings baseball fans closer to the game than ever before. About 50 artifacts from Cooperstown are here this weekend, along with interactive and virtual reality displays that bring you directly into the game of baseball. If you want to feel like you're part of baseball and the Hall of Fame, you can put your face directly on a Hall of Fame plaque. And if you want to experience what it's like to be a Major League Baseball player, well, they have you covered too. You can head on over to the virtual reality display and get a first-hand experience of parks and batting practice from all around Major League Baseball. Good news, Twins fans, if you want to experience all of this firsthand, you can. September 16th through the 29th. The Hall of Fame tour is coming to the Twin Cities. It'll be at Mall of America. And if you need more information, you can visit halloffametour.com. In the meantime, there's more baseball to be played, and for that, we're going to head back to Minnesota to Anthony LaPanta and Jack Morris. We're going to break down the Kansas City Royals, who are still alive and well in their hunt for another shot at the postseason. That's next on Fox Sports North.
On Fox Sports North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for the everyday competitor in all of us. The Royals have had the Twins' number so far this year. The Twins will try to turn things around in Game 2 of a 4-game series. Edison Volquez this year has faced the Twins 3 prior times. The Twins will get him again tonight. And Jose Barrios will pitch for the Twins. And we welcome you to Kauffman Stadium. Dick and Bert with you for Game 2, a forgettable night for the Twins last night. And all eyes tonight will be on Jose Barrios as he tries to get his rookie season turned around.
Yeah, it's been a tough go for Barrios. A couple stints with the Twins this year. Now he's back. He'll finish the season in the rotation. The Twins want to see improvement, and hopefully it all starts here tonight. You know, Barrios, in his 7 prior starts, he's got a couple wins, but he's left too many fastballs, not a lot of movement in that hitter zone. And, you know, the biggest thing for Barrios, he's got tremendous stuff. You can win in the minor leagues, but can you bring that up here? It takes concentration. It takes consistency. So I went to Paul Molitor and Neil Allen, and I basically asked them, do you mind if I put my 2 cents in? And that's about what it was worth. But you can see me in the background right there telling him to follow through and utilize that pitching rubber. I found himself on top of the pitching rubber and not using it to where he could drive off. That's better right there. You see the follow through. That's the changeup. Now Neil Allen is out there. Eddie Gordado is out there. You see Kyle Gibson sitting right there. So it's a combination of everybody kind of helping this young man get the confidence. That's the biggest thing. Feel good about yourself when you take that ball and go out there. Be aggressive and have a lot of confidence.
And the objective early on will be to establish control of the fastball, and we should know early on whether the extra bullpen session and some extra tutelage will pay off for Jose Barrios. Right now, but we've got some nasty stuff to the west of us, but we'll get started on time with the Twins hoping to find a way to play a better ball game and beat the Kansas City Royals. Last night was a really bad loss for the Twins. They didn't play well. They didn't pitch well. After the Royals took the lead, they didn't have good at-bats, and typically what we've seen in the last couple months, a good thing. When they've had a bad game, they've come back with a good one.
Yeah, and right now for the Kansas City Royals, you know, they're playing very good baseball. They've won their last 5 in a row, and you know, getting some big hits. And That's what the Royals did last year to get into postseason and then win the World Series. Here tonight, hopefully the Twins will have better at-bats against the Royals.
And the Royals take the field, having won 10 of their last 12 ball games. The Menards batting order for the Twins. Brian Dozier, then Jorge Polanco. Joe Mauer back at first base, hitting third. Trevor Plouffe back at third base, hitting cleanup. Then Max Kepler, Miguel Sano, Eddie Rosario, Juan Centeno, and Danny Santana.
And for the 4th time this year, the Twins will see Edison Volquez making his 26th start of the year. He's 2-0 this season against the Twins in those 3 starts, 2 of the 3 quality starts. He's given up only 6 earned runs in 18 1/3 innings over the 3 starts. So in his career, he's had very good numbers against the Twins.
Royals played 3 games in Minnesota last weekend in a 4-game series here. You won't see much change in their lineup from night to night. Here's the Northland Ford defense tonight. Again, it's Gordon, Dyson, Kane across the outfield. Dyson the change for a struggling Paulo Orlando. Cuthbert, Escobar, Mondesi, Hosmer, the infielders. Perez back behind the plate. We said last weekend Perez likes to play all the time because we said in Minnesota because he likes hitting in target field. I think he likes hitting against the Twins pitching staff, so we may not see him out of the lineup this weekend either.
Well, you know what? Ned Yost is blessed with some guys like Hosmer, Perez, and Gordon. When they're all healthy, they want to be out there every single day. Kane, one of those guys, too.
And Dozier's been that type of player for the Twins. What a marvelous last couple of months he's had, and he's hit a home run in his last 5 games against the Royals.
Well, he led off last night with a home run, gave the Twins that early 1-0 lead. And they took that lead into the 4th inning when the Royals erupted with 4 or 5 runs, 4 of them coming off the bat of Alex Gordon with a grand slam.
Dozier hasn't had much luck against Edison Volquez. He does have a home run, but just 2 for 15, and we're about ready to get underway. This is the 4th series between the Twins and the Royals, and the Twins have drawn Volquez now in 4 starts, 1 each in the 4 series. Down and away, ball 1. Brian Knight has plate duty. Stu Sherwater at first. Bill Miller at second. Todd Tishner at third. Up and in, 2-0.
Yeah, Volquez has had a little trouble controlling his pitches this year. 54 walks in 147 1/3 innings. So that is very high for him. A 13-game winner last year. Had a couple starts in the World Series.
2-0. And Dozier last night homered on a 2-1 pitch. This 2-0 pitch lifted to Lorenzo Cain in right, 1 down.
It's funny how one pitcher has your numbers, another one doesn't. You know, against Dylan G, Brian's hit 3 home runs off of him this year. That ball was right down the heart of the plate, and maybe just that little bit, I'm struggling against this guy. Brian just flew out to right on almost the same pitch he hit out last night.
Here's Polanco. Polanco 317 on the season, and he split it in half. 316 from the right side, 317 from the left side. A very good start to his rookie season. If it turns out to be that, he doesn't have enough at bats yet to be classified for sure as a rookie.
He seems to get a hit or 2 every night.
Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Volquez with a good breaking ball, good moving fastball, very good changeup. So he has 3 really good pitches, and this is the 9th time the Twins have faced him in his career. He's never given up more than 3 earned runs against him in any of the first 8 outings. In his career, he's 5-1 with a 2.29 ERA against the Twins.
Last night we were talking about Tyler Duffy and facing the same team in back-to-back starts, and that's the challenge for Volquez here. His last start was against the Twins at Target Field last weekend.
Yeah, he got a lot of run support in that ball game. He won 11-4, worked 6 innings, only gave up 2 earned runs.
Call third strike. Polanco's gone. 2 down. And that'll bring up Mauer.
And Volquez over his career averaged almost 8 strikeouts per 9 innings. Goes with that two-seamer that comes back over the plate, about belt high.
Polanco thought it was high. I trust Fox Tracks, and Fox Tracks said it was a strike. Here's Mauer, 11 for 24 against Volquez. And down the middle, a strike.
Yeah, Joe took a rare offer last night. He's having such a great month of August, but he didn't. He swung, I think, 2 of the 4 times he swung at the first pitch in 4 at bats. Unlike Joe.
1-1.
Usually very, very patient at the plate. Joe's been dealing with some nagging injuries, lower leg injuries, but he's out there trying to play.
Chop to the right side. Joe was doing that a lot last night. Easy play from Mondesi. And the Twins go quickly in the first.
As soon as Jose Barrios went out there, you see him kicking out a little bit of dirt in front of the rubber. One thing that I did stress on him is utilize that pitching rubber like a sprinter uses that block to drive off of. Then he goes 5 steps in and then kind of steps to where he wants that left foot to land.
And here's the Menards batting order that Jose Barrios will face. Gerard Dyson leading things off. Chesler Cuthbert, Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales, Salvador Perez, Alex Gordon, Alcides Escobar, and Raul Mondesi.
Well, Jose Barrios, you know, he knows that this is a big start. They're always big starts, but, you know, he's been struggling as of late. The Twins gave him a little bit of extra time to work with Neil Allen and Eddie Guardado on the side, and, you know, hopefully baby steps will start here tonight.
And a first pitch fastball that eats up Dyson, 1 strike. Dyson, Cuthbert, and Cain in the Kansas City first. 95, and again Dyson was late, 0-2.
Now Barrios only 22 years old, out of Puerto Rico. Twins #1 pick in 2012.
One and two.
He has a good fastball. He just needs to keep it down. He'll throw a 4-seamer, 2-seamer, change up, and then the hard breaking ball like that.
2-2. Fouled away. Now fans at home perhaps have read or heard about Barrios and the instruction he's been given to speed things up out there. Typically that sometimes means time between pitches, but you've been working with him as Neil Allen, Eddie Guardado have.
Right there. Explode toward home plate, and there's strike 3. Good pitch down. Yeah, it's not a matter of between pitches. It's a matter of once you get to that balance point, utilize that pitching rubber and explode toward home plate. That's the motion that I think Neil Allen really wants to see. So right here, get to that balance point. Now push off. And a good fastball, great location, down in the zone. So a good way to start for Berrios.
1 down, and now Chesler Cuthbert. And down low, ball 1. Consistently in the mid 90s. We've seen 94, 95, and now 96. So there's plenty of velocity there. But the challenge has been the command of the fastball. There's a really good pitch right there. 96, knee high on the outside corner.
Yeah, you know what? And that's all he needs to do right there. Get ahead in the count. Then you get ahead. Then you can mix in your changeup and your breaking ball. There's a good breaking ball right there.
To the point where in one of the bullpen sessions, Neil Allen, who's still, driving the bus here as the pitching coach, said, look, you're not going to throw an off-speed pitch until you can hit this spot 7 times out of 10. And it took a while, but then he was able to mix in his bullpen session the breaking stuff. 2-2.
To me, these projects are fun to watch develop. And the sad part is
it's a fair ball, and Plouffe across the diamond, 2 down.
And sad part is, I'm going to express my honest opinion, this should have been done in the minor leagues.
Well, so far so good. A strikeout and a 2-hopper. Here are the Twins out on the field. Danny Santana in left field, Eddie Rosario in center, and Max Kepler in right. Plouffe and Polanco left side of the infield. Dozier Mauer on the right side, and Juan Centeno behind the plate.
And I say that because, yes, he's got good minor league numbers, but you can get away with a good fastball and be all over the place in AAA. You're not going to do it here.
Here is Kane with 2 gone. And 95 knee high over the inside corner. And a base hit through the right side of the infield with 2 down.
Well, fastball away, and Kane, who was a very good hitter, just took it the other way.
And that'll bring Hosmer to the plate.
First hit of the ball game goes to the Royals.
Hosmer, of the Kansas City nucleus type players, he's been the healthiest. Kane's had some injury issues. Moustakas is done for the year. Gordon's been hurt. And Hosmer and Perez have been the anchors of the nucleus of the World Championship team of a year ago. And Hosmer with a wicked hack, 1 strike.
He uncorked right there.
14 pitches, 10 strikes so far for Berrios. And holding runners, another thing that Berrios needs to improve upon. Down and away.
Yeah, there's only been 2 stolen bases and 3 attempts off of them. The Royals like the Twins. They're almost identical as far as stealing bases. Twins have actually stolen 3 more bases than the Royals. They've both been caught 24 times. 77 stolen bases for the Twins, 74 for the Royals.
Juan Centeno's done a better job behind the plate throwing out base stealing attempts, so it's a nice matchup for Berrios in that regard. A little less for him to be concerned about.
That changeup just missed low.
2-1.
Berrios won the Jim Rance Award the last couple years in the minor leagues, being the minor league pitcher of the year.
2-1 to Eric Hosmer. Fouled away, 2-2. Ned Yost saying today his team, the Royals, playing its best baseball of the season right now. They had a winning April, a winning May, but a losing June, a losing July. They feel that there's still something to play for this year. Last night's win got them over the 500 mark and brought Yost's record as a manager here in Kansas City to the 500 mark. 2-2. Breaking ball fouled away.
He hung that breaking ball. As a pitcher, you know you got away with one right there. So if you're going to throw another one, you want to throw it better than you just did. Take a look at the breaking ball. It kind of hung outer half of the plate. And a good swing by Hosmer, but he fouled it off. You don't want to throw that again.
And now suddenly the 19th pitch for Berríos.
Good fastball inside.
Now 3-2, and Kane will leave early from first. Maurer is not going to hold him out, I don't believe, with the left-handed batter up.
Let's see if he has confidence in that breaking ball or changeup right here, because Hosmer, I guarantee, is sitting fastball.
To left field. Santana back, still going back, makes the catch on the warning track.
He got the fastball. Santana, good catch on the warning track.
Kept him in the yard, got out of the inning with 20 pitches. The Twins have had their problems with the Royals this year, the year before, the year before. In fact, the Royals had done a nice job making up for what happened for an 11-year period. The Twins actually had a better record against Kansas City here in Kansas City than they did in the Metrodome for most of those years.
Almost felt like this was a home team.
Yeah. And the Royals had to exercise some demons to get to where they are as world champions. Plouffe takes strike one, and it started 3 years ago in 2013 when they beat the Twins 15 times in 19 games. They didn't win anything, they didn't get to the postseason, but they established themselves as a really good team, at least against the Twins, who had really thumped them for most of the last 15 years. Foul back, and it's 0-2.
Well, the biggest thing for this year is the runs scored. The Twins have won only 2 of 10 so far, and the Royals have outscored them 66-34. The Royals have almost doubled what the Twins have able to put on the board.
Check swing, just missed. The Twins seem to have played their worst games against Kansas City, and you can give Kansas City some of the credit for that. But the Twins eventually are going to have to show that they can beat the Royals regularly. There's a liner to left. Plouffe with a base hit to start the second inning. Twins get their first hit. You can follow Twins baseball live with the MLB.com at-bat app. Customize at-bat to feature the Twins. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, and more. Blackout and other restrictions apply. You can download MLB.com at-bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Here's Max Kepler. Kepler 0 for 4 against Volquez last weekend at Target Field, taking strike one.
You know, Volquez beat the Twins last time, 11-4, got some run support. But the 3 prior starts to that, he was 0-2. He had pitched a total of 17 innings, gave up 16 earned runs. So here's a guy struggling going into that game in Minnesota. And I guess, against the Twins, you have that little more confident factor.
And I think that's a big reason why the Royals have dominated the Twins. I don't know if it's a cause or effect, but I mean, the Royals, you can almost see their confidence when they take the field against the Twins. Kepler, little pop fly short left, and Gordon's there for the first out.
And Dick, the numbers that we showed when the Twins dominated the Royals, they would come down here and say, this is our second home, we're going to win. It's that, mind over matter, the power of positive thinking.
It was really bad when the Twins were dominating the Royals. The score would be 5-3 Kansas City in the 7th inning, and the Twins, I'm sure, felt we got them right where we want them. Down by 2 runs, 3 innings to play. We're going to win.
Yeah, they didn't have a very good bullpen back then. Now they do. Maybe
Here's Miguel Sano.
Maybe not as good as the last couple. There's some arms missing out there, but they're still very good.
Sano, the designated hitter, he did not have a ball hit to him during the game last night, but of course he took all the throws between innings, and his elbow's a little sore today because of all that. Again, structurally nothing wrong. We expect to see Sano back at third base, if not tomorrow night, Sunday afternoon. 1-0. Twins want to get Sano's bat reestablished in the lineup. Inside, 2-0.
Just 1 for 7 against Volquez is Sano. Volquez has allowed 17 home runs, this being his 26th start.
Sano 1 for 7 against Volquez, and Volquez has struck him out 5 times.
See, I didn't want to say that. I just said 1 for 7.
That's a lot of strikeouts in 7 at bats. 2-1.
Well, he's a strikeout pitcher. He's got 3 good pitches. The fastball he can throw 2 ways: fastball, sinker, that hard breaking ball, and the changeup.
I asked Jeff Montgomery, a Royals Hall of Famer, now a member of their broadcast crew, what the difference is between Volquez last year and this year.
Ooh, gotta be ready to swing. That's a fastball right down the middle.
2-2. And Montgomery said his curveball isn't as good this year as it was last year. And in particular, with men in scoring position, Volquez did very well last year and not at all this year in terms of denying big hits with men in scoring position. 2-2 with Plouffe at first and 1 down. In the dirt, blocked by Perez.
He had 1 start earlier this year here against the Houston Astros. That's a pitcher's bad dream. 11 earned runs in 1 inning.
Gave up 9 runs in the first inning, and the first 3 guys reached and scored in the second. He never got an out in the second inning.
That is a nightmare.
3-2. Very little chance Plouffe would take off here. Just off the plate. And on a close pitch, Sano takes a walk, and Plouffe will go to second. Seen so many called third strikes here over the last week. I expected Brian Knight would ring up Sano there, but it was off the plate.
You can see the pitch outside.
And now Eddie Rosario. Couple of hits, 8 at bats against Volquez.
Yeah, 1 for 2 in last night's ball game with a walk.
Breaking ball on the outside corner.
And that's a curveball you're talking about that Jeff Montgomery was talking about right there.
Looked pretty good there. In a good spot.
Volquez, 33 years old. He came up with the Rangers back in 2005. Pitched for the Reds, the Padres, the Dodgers, the Pirates, and in his second season with the Royals.
That's lifted foul and into the seats 0-2.
So he's been around the block. Most of his time in the National League.
Interesting, a promotion here. It is Zombie Night at Kauffman Stadium. I don't think I'd want to be.
That's where my knife went.
I don't think I'd want to be sitting behind or in front of that gentleman. 2 strikes to Rosario.
Hope he falls to the right rather than the left.
That's hit to center field and hit well. Dyson going back near the track, on the track, makes the catch, and Plouffe will advance to third. Rosario hit it about 400 feet from home plate for out number 2. And that'll bring up Centeno. Centeno's hit well this year. As a backup to Kurt Suzuki, who has also hit well this year.
Yeah, both catchers are doing well offensively.
Suzuki just 1 for 13 against Volquez. Swing and a miss, 1 strike.
Well, what you have, I think, is the pitching combination of Centeno from Puerto Rico as well as Brios from Puerto Rico. And I know the 2 sessions that I was working with, and along with everybody else, the only reason I want to say on Tuesday when we showed that about me and the other guys out there, it also would have been Irvin Santana out there too, which has really helped, but he was starting that day, so he was not out there.
Okay. Check swing, but a strike to Centeno. And now he's got a hit out of an 0-2 hole. One's trying to score first in the second. Breaking ball inside, a strikeout, leaving Plouffe at third and Sano at first on Zombie Night at the K.
To the bottom of the second inning with Jose Barrios making his 8th start in the big leagues. Neil Allen says he's been telling the young pitcher all week that he needs to think about the next few weeks as a cake. He says you wouldn't eat a cake all in one sitting, you take it piece by piece. So that tempo that Bert was talking about a little bit ago is the first piece of cake that they want him to conquer. And after that gets underway, then he can worry about the other things. Now he's also been working with Irvin Santana, and Santana says as far as a mental aspect, Rios has to stop focusing on who it is that's in the batter's box. He says a rookie hitter or a power hitter both have the ability to take him out of the ballpark, but they also have they both have the ability to get themselves out. He has to trust himself that he can force them to do the latter. That's his biggest obstacle from the mental perspective. So that's what Santana is looking for from the young pitcher tonight. Guys.
Thank you, Audra.
Yep, thank you.
2-1 to Kendrys Morales. You must have gone through a bit of that, 1970 and beyond, facing Frank Robinson, Brooks Robinson, Al Kaline, guys like that you were very aware of as a kid.
It took me a while to focus so much on the catcher, whether it be George Meadowall, Phil Roof when I was early on with the Twins, because I would know who was up, and it takes time. And then all of a sudden one day you look up and you know you're in the 6th or 7th inning and you look at the hitter and say, who's that? I didn't know he was in a lineup.
That's strike 3. Morales doesn't run well, and Barrios guns him out. You can talk about mid-90s velocity on a fastball. Barrios gunned that from foul territory to get Morales to complete the strikeout. Wow.
Well, the young man hustled over there and then threw a P over to Joe Mauer.
I don't know that I've ever seen a pitcher complete a strikeout from in front of his own dugout.
Take a look at the pitch, the breaking ball. And it almost looked like it hit Morales.
But he swung at it.
Yeah, but he swung. And then it was Barrios that went to retrieve it. And sore foot and all, Morales is thrown out at first.
You ever seen that before?
No, I have never seen that. That's why you come to a ball game.
To see something you've never seen before.
Yeah.
And I think you and I would both say we've seen a lot of things this year that we've never seen before.
I saw a throw last night that I've never seen before.
1-0 to Perez. And a ground ball base hit to center. Couple of wins. He beat Houston, Dallas, Keuchel, and Minute Maid Park, and then picked up a win in Cleveland. But it's been very roller coaster-ish, to be kind.
Yeah, you know, there's been a couple outings where he's unable to get through 3 innings. That one bad outing in Detroit where he didn't get out of the first inning, gave up 7 runs. His only quality start came in his second win when the Twins gave him plenty of run support, beat the Indians 12-5. Both his wins have been on the road.
Here's Alex Gordon, hit the big grand slam in the 4th inning last night, and he takes outside ball 1. For 4 months, Gordon really struggled. He was hurt for a good chunk of that time, and now in the season's 5th month, he's one of the hottest hitters in the league. 1-0. 2-0. See, in July, Gordon really struggled. His average was sitting about where his July average was, but now in August, 4 home runs. And now Barrios doesn't want to fall into the same pattern that Tyler Duffy did last night, where pitching from the stretch, strikes are hard to come by.
Yeah, by my account, and I usually keep all the home runs that are given up, that was the first home run the Twins allowed a grand slam last night.
Right. Yep. They were the last team in the league to allow a grand slam. And a 4-pitch walk to Gordon,
nice.
1st and 2nd.
This is the area right here that sometimes the game gets away, even though it's early. Centeno's going to walk out there, try to get him back in the strike zone with a quick trip to the mound.
Quick trip to the mound, and a little damage control needed here with the Royals getting a single and a walk.
Well, what you have a guy at the plate right now in Escobar, he loves swinging at that first pitch. So you want to make sure it's down because he can hammer that high fastball.
First and second, one down. Breaking ball inside. Five straight balls after the ground ball single by Perez. Another breaking ball misses. Escobar, the 8th place hitter. Mondesi in the on deck circle.
All right, now you put yourself into that fastball situation. This is the importance of being able to control down and away with your fastball.
3-0, 7 straight have missed. Nearly 500 at bats, only 21 walks for Escobar. And Tyler Duffy, a little case of deja vu here. This is exactly what happened to him in the 4th inning last night. 3-0. And now a strike.
And now you have to repeat it and keep it down. There's only been one double play turn behind Berríos so far in his first 7 starts.
Grounder to third. Oh. Wicked hop. Oh. And it hit Plouffe up high. A run will score. And the throw to second base, and let's check Trevor Plouffe. A wicked hop. And I don't know if it got him in the head or not. Maybe the collarbone area.
I think it got him on the left side of the face right there.
Wow.
Boy, a bad break right there for the Twins, only because this might have been a tailor-made double play, and saw that ball come up and ricocheting off the face of Trevor Plouffe.
You could see that second hop hit right on the edge of the grass and the dirt. And we're very happy to see that Trevor appears to be okay. That's a dangerous play, the infamous play in the World Series, that ground ball that hit Tony Kubek in the Adam's apple.
Yeah, it kind of just told Alex Gordon right in the jaw.
And it was a tailor-made double play ball.
Yes,
a sharp ground ball hit right to the third baseman, but Perez is able to score.
Well, it'll be an RBI single for Escobar, driving in his 34th run.
And now Mondesi with runners on the corners.
Got to watch the bunt right here.
Popped up. Mondesi, considered to be, even though he's the youngest guy on the team, by far the best bunter on the Kansas City team, which is what makes what happened last weekend at Target Field so remarkable when he bunted in the air. Critical play in the game that the Twins won last weekend. 1 strike to Mondesi. Plouffe starts on the edge of the grass at third. He'll creep forward as the pitch is delivered. In the air again, and Centeno can't get there. That was kind of what he did in Minnesota in a sacrifice situation. He jabbed at it like he was trying to bunt for a base hit, popped it up, and the Twins got a big out. Actually, that was the play that the Twins, it landed on the plate, right?
Right.
And the Twins didn't get the out.
Well, they called it foul, remember?
Right. Yep.
Twins got a break. Yeah, you got 2 youngsters facing each other right here. Berríos 22, Mondesi just turning 21 years old.
2 strikes.
Needs a strikeout here. Breaking ball down and in.
And time called. Only 1 out here in the 2nd inning, and Berríos is about to throw his 39th pitch.
Centeno sitting inside. .68 at bats, 22 strikeouts for Mondesi.
And Berríos would love to get him here. Did he go? Strike three. Mondesi.
Oh, it hit him.
Oh, it hit him. A breaking ball that clipped Mondesi.
Yep.
And they are loaded up now. And the 6, 7, 8, and 9 batters have all reached here in the second.
Yeah, Neil Allen's coming out. Remember, Morales led off the inning by swinging through a ball that ended up hitting that back foot, and this ball right here just clipping the knee area of Mondesi. So the thought process was good to try to get that breaking ball down and in, but he left it up and the ball broke right into Mondesi.
Well, bases loaded situation facing Berríos here in the second. It was the bases loaded situation that did Duffy in the 4th inning last night when Gordon hit the grand slam. Here in the second, it'll be Dyson who was called out on strikes in the 1st inning. A ground ball single, a bad hop single, a walk, a hit batter. Up and away, ball 1.
Almost wanted to aim that ball on the outer half of the plate rather than let it go.
No, 2-0. Dyson, a much tougher guy to strike out than Mondesi. And now to compound matters, Berríos falls behind 2-0.
And Dyson kind of a slap type hitter. Not going to hit a lot of home runs, Dyson, but he is going to, hit the ball in the gap somewhere. Now he's sure going to take a pitch. Make Berríos throw the ball over the plate.
A bases loaded walk. Two to nothing, Kansas City. Still only 1 out. And Chesler Cuthbert will bat. Cuthbert with a ground ball to Plouffe his first time up. Ball 1 with a breaking ball. Last night the Royals scored 5 runs. They got 2 hits, a ground ball single in the grand slam, and then a host of walks, hit batters. And this is unfortunately for Berríos following a similar script here in the second. 2-0. Pitching coach has already come to the mound. Centeno making his 3rd trip to the mound this inning.
Yeah, and Joe Mauer's going out there just try to calm him down.
Last night everything was going fine till the 4th, and now Ryan O'Rourke's getting fired up in the second.
Sometimes confidence is a tough thing to try to find and maintain, and when you're struggling like this, you'll lose it very quickly. I think we saw Duffy lose it in the 4th inning last night. But these are all growing pains that these young men have to go through.
3-0. Now I'll ask you the same question about Berríos that I asked last night about Duffy. Since he's gone into the stretch position, it's a different game. He can't command any of his pitches. That's what happened to Duffy last night. Why not, with the bases loaded here, go to the windup?
Well, there's 1 out. You want to set. You don't want those runners to take off, and there's ball 4. Second straight walk. maybe with 2 outs like Duffy had, you got going to the windup, but with 1 out, you don't want those runners to get too big a lead, especially the guy at first, in case they stay out of the double play. Dyson and Cuthbert getting runs batted in via the walk.
And now Kane. First inning was fine, but there have hardly been any strikes thrown since he's gone into the stretch position. And now down the middle, a strike. A free run batted in for Dyson, another one for Cuthbert. Breaking ball and strike 2.
And Kane saying, hey, he's been wild on the other 2 guys. Why me? Kane got the first hit for the Royals with 2 outs in the first inning. Base hit to right field.
On the ground. And a double play ends the inning. 2 bases loaded walks, a bad hop single. It all adds up to a 3-0 Kansas City lead. Baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. A 3-0 hole for the Twins as we go to the 3rd inning. And Danny Santana will get things started. One of the most disappointing things, I think, for a lot of Twins fans last night, after the Royals had their big inning, their 5-run 4th, the quality of the at-bats really declined. So now it's 3-0. It's just the 3rd inning. We'll see if the Twins can have some competitive at-bats here. 2-0 now to Santana.
Oh, you know what, Dick, and I agree with you. They had some quick outs, but you have to tip your hat to Dylan G. I mean, he threw strikes. He kept the ball just out of the strike zone to create a lot of quick at-bats and a lot of quick outs.
And now a strike 2-1. Santana hitting 9th, then Dozier and Polanco. One of the consistent themes over this 3.5-year run of dominance by the Royals over the Twins is when the Royals have a big inning, and by a big inning, a 3-run inning isn't that big, but there's been very little pushback by the Twins. We've seen the Twins come back against the likes of the Tigers and the Indians and everybody else, but against the Royals they just haven't done much of that. And Santana strikes out, 1 down.
Good changeup right there, and Volquez picks up his 3rd strikeout.
One away in the third. You can join Fox Sports North, the Twins, and Feed My Starving Children at Target Field to help turn hunger into hope during Pack at the Park Friday, September 16th. You can sign up as a group. You'll have a great time. You'll feel really good about your participation. Or you can sign up as an individual as well. Packed meals for those in need. The first 1,000 participants to register receive a free ticket to an upcoming Twins game. You can register today at fmsc.org. One down. Here's Dozier. Ball one.
You know, I had an opportunity this afternoon to walk over to right field. They have the Cooperstown Hall of Fame, kind of like a tour, buses and stuff like that.
Right.
The IMAX Theater, and we had a great time. But there was one quote from Ted Williams, and Ted Williams said, the hardest thing to do of any sport is to hit a round ball with a round bat.
And hit it squarely.
Yeah, and now he did it pretty good.
Yes, he did.
You just, sometimes you get into that rut. If you feel like you're right on that ball, but like last night, again, Dylan, I thought we pitched the best game he's pitched in a Royal uniform last night. And he did it against a club that's hitting, what, 290, 295 over the last 30, 40 games. So sometimes good pitching gets out good hitting.
1-2 to Dozier. Hit a fly ball to right his first time up. And now 2-2.
I put those virtual reality goggles on. Oh my goodness, I'll tell you what, anybody out there that wants to go through that tour when they're coming up to Minnesota, they're going to be all out at the Mall of America in September. Get a chance to go out there and just see what I think where baseball's headed in the future. It's unbelievable, the virtual tour or virtual reality type of glasses. It felt like I was right there with these players on the field watching them. Where that goes from there, I don't know.
It's going to put us out of work.
Well, somebody has to announce it.
Down and away, and it's 3-2. Polanco hitting next. Well, Kaz handed a 3-0 lead. Got into a bit of a situation in the second when the Twins got a leadoff single and a one-out walk. But the Twins didn't score, and the Royals did in the second inning. A high fly to center. And going back is Dyson, still going back. Dozier's done it again.
How about Brian
to the Kansas City Royals? 6 games in a row for Brian Dozier with a home run against the Kansas City Royals.
How about that? How about that? Brian Dozier, 28 home runs. That matches what he had last year when he led the Twins in home runs. Volquez giving up his 18th home run. Fastball looked like a two-seamer. And Brian, straight away center field. Is that man on fire or what?
And a little bit of a pushback after the 3-run second. Twins get one on the board, and now Polanco. And he fouls it over the Twins dugout. One strike. Polanco called out on strikes his first time up. Oh, 2.
That was Brian Dozier's 20th home run since June 25th. That leads Major League Baseball.
Now to left center field. Dyson over to catch the line drive, out number 2. And that'll bring up Joe Mauer. Audra Martin went out there as well. And again, this mobile Hall of Fame tour is coming to the Mall of America in the middle of September.
Oh, it's cool. You saw what Audra is doing right there. She's making her own plaque, and you kind of put in certain words what you wanted. And there's downtown Cooperstown right there. You get to see the greats of the game. A lot of display of bats and balls and history made. They had about 5 different trucks with trailers that you could walk into. And then the IMAX theater was about 15 minutes long, and it was outstanding about young kids getting involved in the game of baseball. And the Little League World Series last year, the losing team, what the coach said to the young men. I believe they were out of New England.
Well, the ground ball to the right side. Mondesi makes the play. Twins get one back on Brian Dozier's 28th home run of the year. It's 3-1. Stanford Health injury report this morning. Yoenis Cespedes shot an 83. Tonight he's in the lineup for the Mets. Returning from the disabled list after having a strained right quadricep muscle. And the Twins might see Cespedes in the lineup when they go to Citi Field and play the Mets in the middle of September.
This is a big inning right here for Berríos right here after the tough second inning. Needs to come back and continue to attack the strike zone right here.
First pitch off the plate, ball one. In the second inning, there were three walks and a hit batter. One clean single and another bad hop single. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's a shame because that ball that ended up coming up on Trevor Plouffe and hitting him in the jaw, that was a tailor-made double play, and that would have taken, Berríos and the Twins out of the inning.
Off-speed pitch, changeup perhaps off the plate, 2-1. It'll be Hosmer, Morales, and Perez, middle of the Kansas City lineup. And Berríos.
Good breaking ball right there.
I don't think he's given Hosmer a first pitch was a fastball. The rest of them here since have all been breaking balls, changeups. 2-2. And a breaking ball missing.
Now, would you throw 2-2? She'd be able to throw 3-2.
Fastball grounded to Dozier. And Hosmer's retired, one away.
Yeah, it just took 6 pitches to get him out.
Dozier's deck is back September 10th. A limited number of special ticket packages includes a game ticket and limited edition Brian Dozier Blaze Orange stocking cap. Portion of the proceeds from every ticket purchase benefits Pheasants Forever. For details and tickets, visit twinsbaseball.com/Dozier's deck. Brian, an outdoorsman, a bird hunter. There's a ball lifted to right field, and Kepler in the gap. 6 pitches to get Hosmer, 1 to get Morales, 2 down. And that'll bring up Perez.
Hey, Dick, I'm sure you saw the paper with Commissioner Rob Manfred was talking about, speeding up the game. When I'm not doing the games, I go to Fort Myers games, and they have the clock down there. I think it's 20 seconds that the pitchers have to release the ball toward home plate. I like that. They want to speed up the game. I think they should eliminate ball 4 and just go 3-3.
Huh?
So instead of a 3-2 count, there's a 2-2 count, and determine just eliminate ball 4. Make it a ball 3 and you take a base.
Well, that'll never happen. Will
I
it?
know, just sounds good.
Plouffe gets the second hop.
There's a better inning for Berríos.
A couple of ground ball outs, a short fly ball out, and the Royals send just 3 to the plate in the third. On Fox Sports North is presented by Northland Ford. Visit northlandford.com and your local Northland Ford dealer today. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here. What's yours?
30.
Here in Kansas City, a 3-1 Kansas City lead. With the middle of the Twins lineup, Plouffe, Kepler, and Sano ready to face Edison Volquez. Plouffe with a single to left got as far as third base in the second inning. Hey, up and in.
He's already been hit in the jaw once.
By a ground ball. And a fastball. A strike, 1-1. Breaking ball tapped to third. Nice chest high hop for Cuthbert. One down. That'll bring up Kepler. Kepler getting more and more breaking balls, it seems, with every game. Hit a fly ball to left his first time up. Mentioned it, I think, last night, but among position players, he's leading a lot of key categories offensively among American League position players. RBIs, home runs, stolen bases, assists. His main competition in the Rookie of the Year competition, if you want to call it that, might be a pitcher, though. Michael Fulmer of the Tigers. Fulmer gave up 10 hits, 6 earned runs, and 5 2/3 innings in his start tonight. And the Tigers are whispering the notion that they're going to have to watch his innings for the rest of this year. 2 strikes to Kepler. On the outside corner.
That's the old good morning, good afternoon, and good night at bat. Curveball for strike 1, changeup for strike 2, and then the curveball again for the 4th strikeout. So the curveball away.
Two down, and now Sano walked his first time up. Took a close 3-2 pitch for the only walk issued by Volquez. Ball one. Didn't have time to mention it during the Kepler at bat, but the Tampa Bay Rays designated for assignment today Oswaldo Arcia. Arcia, of course, picked up by the from the Twins earlier this year to make room for Max Kepler.
Yeah, Arcia was on a disabled list. You know, rather than activate him, I'm sure they wanted to send him down, so they designated him for assignment. I doubt if anybody's going to pick him up, so they'll put him back in AAA, get some at bats. He may be back up with them in September.
Big pop up right side of the infield. Mondesi on the outfield grass. Squeezes it, and Volquez has a 1-2-3 fourth inning. This Twins-Royals series is presented by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. 3-1 Kansas City. And Alex Gordon, Alcides Escobar, Raul Mondesi will hit in the fourth. Gordon drew a walk, scored a run in the second inning. One run scored on a bad hop single. And the other two scored on bases loaded walks.
Yeah, 3 walks for Barrios in that 3-run second inning. 1-2-3 third inning.
1-1 to Gordon. All right, we're 3 innings and some change into Barrios' outing, and obviously things went kaflooey in the second inning. But what are your observations? Have you seen any sign of improvement from him?
Well, I've seen, you know, he's using that pitching rubber. I'd like to see him, that pitch right there, be more toward home plate. Right? He kind of released that ball a little bit too early. So work out front and push right there.
Breaking ball now, full count.
It just, to me, it looks like he's still trying to aim that breaking ball rather than let it go.
But when you and Neil and Eddie were talking about making his delivery a little more compact, speeding things up, have you seen that tonight?
No, I think his arm is catching up to his body. He's not really, you know, sometimes that arm, he has a tendency to get behind him. As far as, if you look at the right arm when it has the ball in it, sometimes that ball, you can almost see him go back behind his back with it. Watch how far he takes it back. And that's why we're trying to speed him up, so his thinking that he's got to hurry his arm to catch up.
And a leadoff walk here in the fourth.
I said it's baby steps. It's something that I told him even when he's playing catch with, between starts, just playing catch with somebody, get that ball out rather than hook it behind you. He's gotten into a bad habit of wanting to curl the ball. Now, Rick Sutcliffe
worked for him,
and Don Sutton, the Hall of Famer, it worked for him. But they were taller pitchers when they got over that pitching rubber, where Berríos is more of a driver type of pitcher, like a Tom Seaver. He gets low.
Strike, and Centeno firing to first. Escobar at the plate. He's the guy who hit the 2-hopper that took a bad hop and caromed off the jaw of Trevor Plouffe for an RBI single in the second. Would have been a perfect double play grounder if it had not taken such a weird hop. I want to say it was Hank Greenwald, the former Giant announcer, who had a rather pithy question. Why is it the bad hop always the last one on a ground ball before it gets to the fielder? And it's true.
Yeah.
If it's a 3-hopper, the first hop isn't a bad one. The second, it's always the third hop. 1-1. And Trevor's able to chew gum, which is
a good sign.
A good sign. At least we hope it's gum he's chewing.
Probably one of his teeth.
1-1. To left, and it's hanging in the air for Santana. 1 down.
And I think Berríos is going to understand now in AAA, he's 10-5, the ERA under 3. He could get away with some pitches. You can get away with some pitches up here too. Not a bad pitch right there. Escobar had a good swing. Hitters get themselves out up here. Sometimes you give them too much credit. And what hurts are the base on balls. You got to make them swing the bat.
What hurt in the Mondesi plate appearance earlier is Berríos seemed poised to strike him out. It would have been a big strikeout, and instead he hit him in the foot on a 2-strike pitch.
Keeping an eye on Gordon at first base. 6 for 6 in stolen base attempts. If you don't pay attention to him, he'll take that walking lead.
And into the right field corner. Kepler will try to cut it off, and he does. He will hold Mondesi to a single with Gordon going to third base. Kepler showing off some nice speed there to be able to get to that ball before it got to the warning track. First and third.
Well, it also comes down to location of your fastball too. This was a cookie right here, and Mondesi jumped all over it. And Kepler did a good job of getting over there and leaving him to a single. That ball's right down the heart of the plate. You have to get the ball down, or you are going to get hurt, no matter what level you pitch at.
Now Dyson, who took a bases loaded walk in the second, and then Cuthbert did the same. And a bunt, a foul, 1 strike.
Yeah, Gordon was not coming, so that's kind of a safety squeeze. And Dyson, like Mondesi, very good bunters, good handlers with the bat as far as bunting. They utilize their speed. Last 7 batters, Berríos been able to get strike 1.
1 strike.
Changeup looked like missed low.
72 pitches for Berríos.
Yeah, 37 strikes, 35 balls. Not a good ratio.
Base hit right field. Gordon will score. It's 4-1. Dyson with a sharp ground ball past Dozier, and the leadoff walk, as they usually do, comes around to score.
And Dyson picking up his second RBI, now with 17 on the season. Well, You know, you saw the pitch to Mondesi that stayed up. That ball, I think he wanted it away a little bit. Put a ball right into the swing of the speedster Dyson, and he hits it into right field.
That'll bring up Cuthbert first and second, one down. I got to the ballpark here today about, I don't know, 3:15, 3:30, something like that. As luck would have it, I came in with Danny Duffy, who is going to start Sunday for the Royals, and Duffy's just been outstanding for the last well, couple of months. Actually, he's been really, really good. I mean, Cy Young Award type good. And over the course of the walk-in together, complimented him on his season, and we were talking about the process of becoming a top flight pitcher as Duffy is now, and it was not a smooth ride for Duffy. It was a pop-up straight up in the air. Infield fly rule should be called, and somebody needs to cover third base. They do, but and we'll talk more about it Sunday when Duffy pitches against the Twins. But as we're talking, I kept thinking about Berríos, who comes to the big leagues with, you know, a lot of fanfare and within that some pressure, as Duffy did for the Royals. And Duffy had the Tommy John surgery, and even beyond that, it just hasn't been a smooth ride. And now, 4 or 5 years after making his debut, he's at the very top of his game.
Yeah, it takes time. It does take time. Some guys can, you know, win right away. Some guys takes a little longer time.
For every Dwight Gooden, there's about 200 guys that, you know, can become good pitchers who aren't going to do it immediately.
You know, when I looked at between these two pitchers, I thought it was like David and Goliath. You know, Berríos against Volquez. Berríos coming into the ball game throwing 560 pitches coming in his first 7 starts. Then you look at Volquez. It's a pop-up right there. His career, 23,783.
One more run for the Royals in the 4th, and it's a 4-1 ball game.
Here, you were hereby circled, and
they're ready
Twin
for
fans,
rain.
yeah, don't forget at Twin home games, you bring your Circle Me signs. You may find yourself in the Minnesota League. Find yourself in the Minnesota State, winner circle, where you could $100 worth, $100, not $500, $100 worth of lottery scratch-off tickets.
Oh, courtesy of kick in another $400 out of your own pocket.
I thought we were partners. I thought we'd go 50-50.
How many times have I read that promo? How many times have you let me circle anybody in the last 15 years, whatever? Yeah, there you go. 1-1 to Rosario. Reference to the imminent rain. Here's a ball hit deep to right center field, chased by Dyson, and he can't get there. It lands on the edge of the warning track, and Rosario will hold up with a double.
Yeah, breaking ball stayed up, and Rosario with his 15th double. Third hit for the Twins. Like to get back into this ball game, so Rosario starts the top of the 5th with a double. See if the Twins can get him around, touch home plate. Good swing right there by Rosario, and you know he's been swinging a pretty good bat. Rosario coming into the ball game hitting .348 over his last 31 ball games.
Here's Centeno, struck out his first time up. Ball 1. Twins were able to get just the 1 run last night on Dozier's home run. So far just 1. The Royals are on a bit of a roll, and a very curious stat that they are a part of, and it's the first time in history a team has done this. Apart from tonight's game, and right now this game would extend the streak. Royals are the only team to have played 4 games in a row where the only run they've allowed has come on a solo home run. Now that's about as obscure a stat as you can have, but that's what happened. There's a ball hit to the right field corner, and I jinxed it.
Yep. The streak is broken.
Rosario will score on a Centeno double, and it's 4-2.
Back-to-back doubles. Centeno picking up his 9th double, driving in his 20th run. So, yeah, I mean, they swept the Tigers 3 games by, Tigers only had 1 run a game, all via the home run, and then last night Dozier's home run, the only run for the Twins. But here tonight, the 2nd run coming in, not a home run, but a double. So double-double makes it a 4-2 ball game.
Like the sound of that, a double-double.
Double-double. In-and-out burger.
Danny Santana will bat. He's the tying run. He squares and bunts foul. 1 strike. Santana struck out, swinging his first time up in the 3rd.
Well, it's important right here, as it was for Centeno, to get that runner at second base, this one being Centeno, over to 3rd. Danny tried to bunt him over.
And slap foul 0-2.
And now it's hard to do now with 2 strikes on it. You have to pretty much hit for yourself. But he did try it on the first pitch to advance Centeno to 3rd. And a hot hitting Dozier on deck.
In the dirt. Trying to think. My memory, of course, isn't the best. Wasn't good to start with, and with every year it gets worse. Trying to think if I've ever seen a ball get by Salvador Perez.
He is one heck of a catcher.
1-2 to Danny Santana. And now 2-2.
You know, as big as Perez is, too. They had listed him at 6'3", 240, but he gets down very, very nice. I think I've heard umpires, watch him get down a little bit more than he is right there. There he stands up, and another changeup. And Santana striking out for the 2nd time, so a big strikeout for Volquez. He picks up his 5th.
And now Brian Dozier. This week on Vikings Beyond the Gridiron, we take a look at position battles as the team hits the midway point of the preseason. Plus find out how linebacker Manuel Lemur gave back to his hometown team. See why off-season training and hard work is so important. There's a ball lined past a reaching Escobar. Work so important to Adam Thielen's success. That's Vikings Beyond the Gridiron tomorrow at 5 on Fox Sports North.
Yeah, Brian getting his 2nd hit, 3rd hit of the inning, and Centeno at second base. He kind of had to hold his ground because he didn't know if Escobar was going to catch that or not.
So 1st and 3rd, 1 down, and Polanco, who has struck out and lined out, will hit.
Yeah, Brian jumping on the first pitch, and you see Centeno right there. Had to hold up, but he gets over to 3rd.
First flash of lightning just flashed across the sky. And the National Weather Service has issued a significant weather advisory until 9:15.
And the flags in right field have shifted.
Denny Matthews,
yes,
the Hall of Fame broadcaster, told us it was don't worry until the flags shift, and they have.
Yeah, it was at the beginning of the game as kind of the wind was blowing out toward left field, say. Now it's going toward right field.
And a swing and a miss, and Dozier stealing second base. And yeah, there's a little more urgency here. This is the top of the 5th inning, and the Twins are trailing. If we have weather, and it's starting to rain now, and if we have serious weather and could not start the game right now, it's not an official game. But if the Twins are wrapped up batting in the top of the 5th and trailing, it is a complete game, or would be if play isn't resumed.
Yeah, fans are starting to scoot and look for shelter.
Grounded foul. 2 strikes to Polanco. A hit to the outfield should tie the game.
Yeah, Twins need contact right here by Polanco. He's usually good for a hit a night. Good time to get it.
If he gets one up at all down the right field line, it'll go. 2 strikes. Foul tip, and Perez couldn't hang on.
Yeah, he went with a fastball. He struck out Santana on a very good changeup, so tried to sneak one by Polanco, and he just got a piece of it.
Check, you swing 1 and 2.
Good take right there on an off-speed pitch.
And fans with some urgency are seeking some cover. Line drive down the line. Fair, and it'll tie the game. Polanco digs for second, and it's 4 apiece.
Third double of the inning for the Twins. Polanco with his 7th double, driving in his 11th and 12th runs. And softly hit down that right field line. So a 4-4 game right now.
We'll stop it right now. They're going to stop play with the Twins having just tied the game. 1 out, top of the 5th. And of course, it was a week or so ago. We had a game, got a couple innings in, and turns out none of it really mattered because the game never resumed play. Brian Dozier lost a home run in that game. And they'll cover the field here with a big squall line approaching. And the Twins having tied the game in the top of the 5th inning.
Well, the umpires talking to Paul Molitor as they leave the field also.
Again, this isn't one of the reasons that I think they're making the call now is to protect the field before it gets saturated.
Right.
We know it's going to rain here for a while.
Well, we've seen it at home too. You know,
Right.
They have such a up-to-date radar. They know how far it's from here. You can see the flags really blowing out now. And like the guys in Minnesota with Larry DeVito and his crew, these guys here at Kansas City, they work hard at keeping the field. This is one of the most beautiful ballparks I still enjoy coming to. And this place was built in 1973. Was the first year.
And so the tarp on the field. And the infield is covered, and we expect high winds and heavy rain here very shortly.
And it's starting to come down a little bit harder now.
And a little more horizontally as well.
You know, the only thing I hear bad up here on the press box is they didn't do an overhang or anything. So when it rains, it comes right into our booth.
I've thought about that, but then I've thought about the lemon meringue pie upstairs too.
So that's where you're going to head?
That's
you've already had like 4 pieces. What did Audrey say that Neil Allen said about
you can't eat a cake all in one serving? Who says you can't?
She said cake. That's I bet you can finish that pie though.
So we'll have a break in the action here in Kansas City, and you know, a lot of good things happen. There was some pushback by the Twins after a really ragged second inning by Jose Barrios. He came back with a 1-2-3 inning. Twins got 4 runs, enough to tie the ball game up here in the top of the 5th. Now, some different scenarios, of course, here. And if we don't play any more here tonight, then everything you've just witnessed never happened, because this is not an official game yet.
Well, we'll get a chance to look at the radar. Hopefully this is something that will pass in an hour or so. I have no idea. I'm not a weatherman, but we'll have
I'm going to go ask Denny Matthews, because he told us.
Yeah, that's true.
The Hall of Fame radio broadcaster for the Royals pretty much said everything will be okay until the flags change direction. And boy, did they ever change direction. They're going to park the utility vehicles on the tarp, which gives you every indication they do expect some high winds. And those flags were blowing 180 degrees in the opposite direction in the early innings of the game. And it is now blowing from the north, and it was blowing from the south. We're going to go to a break, and while you're watching the commercials during the break, Bert and I are going to rack our brains and come up with some brilliant rain delay analysis, and we'll give that to you when we come back.
Good luck with that. Hi, Denny.
The Twins putting together quite a comeback to tie this ball game up in the 5th inning, scoring 3 times.
Yeah, 3rd double of the inning. That was the big hit by Jorge Polanco, driving in a couple runs to tie the game at 4 apiece. And then the rains came. And 3 hours later, we're back at it. Of course, Edison Volquez is not out there. It'll be Matt Strom out there. And the rain's still coming down.
I'm surprised, Bert, to be honest with you, because they took the tarp off and it was raining about as it is now. And it is coming down hard enough now to where if we were playing, this game would be stopped.
You know, you made a really good point. Now, if we get through this inning, it becomes an official game.
Even if it's tied.
Right. All the stats count. And I think I'm blaming it on Brian Dozier because, you know, he lost a home run in that one game against Houston. And he doesn't want to lose another one. No, I'm just kidding. But, you know, if they get get out of this inning, we'll see what the umpires decide.
Matt
It's
Strom
very, very wet out there.
And it's coming down awfully hard. They tried to put some diamond dry on the field, but I'm not sure what good it did because of how hard it was raining when they were applying it to the field. Polanco's at second. Joe Mauer, the batter. Fargo native Matt Strom is the new pitcher for Kansas City.
Yeah, Strom getting called up in the end of July 31st, making his 7th Major League appearance. Now, when he faced Joe Mauer in Minnesota, he struck Joe Mauer out. The only meetings between these two.
And I think whether you have high def or not, you get some sense as to how hard it is raining here. 1-0 to Mauer.
Swing. He's in there.
And a strike.
Come on, Joe. He's in there.
I'm just amazed that we're playing. I truly am.
Unless they see that this is going to clear up in, 10, 15 minutes.
I've never seen a game resumed under these weather conditions.
I kind of agree what you were talking
He's
about.
in there.
In the dirt, 2-1.
There's a big breaking ball. We saw Strom in Minnesota. Good fastball, big breaking ball. And Joe Mauer has hit very well in the American League Central Division. And he's done very well against everybody and very good against Kansas City.
Coors Light cold hard facts. 2-1 now to Mauer. 3-1. Now Strom had a really good outing against the Twins and talked with him yesterday, in fact, about the fact that he grew up a big Twins fan and was a big moment for him to strike out Joe Mauer. But now it's 3-1 with Plouffe on deck. And he walks Mauer. Will be runners at first and second. So in the 5th inning, the Twins started the inning with a pair of doubles. Santana struck out. Then Dozier and Polanco got hits. And now after a rain delay of 3 hours and 3 minutes, Mauer draws a walk. And Plouffe will come up with 2 men aboard.
Etymology of your last name, is it French?
Plouffe with a single and a ground ball to third. Fouled straight back.
Strom's other outing against the Twins came Friday, August 12th, when he worked into 1+ innings, gave up a hit and a strikeout. The hit coming off the bat of Max Kepler, who was on deck.
Fastball outside corner. Don't swing.
And Strom having a hard time throwing strikes. 2-1. A paramount concern, of course, is safety of the players, with it raining as hard as it is. 2-1. 3-1.
Strom in his other appearances, 6 2/3 innings, only 2 walks, 12 strikeouts. Only giving up 4 hits.
And a little pop-up behind first. Chased by Mondesi, and an infield fly rule is called. Plouffe is retired for the second out. But Trevor got a 3-1 pitch and chipped it into the air in short right field. And now Kepler, 0 for 2 on the night.
As I mentioned, when he faced Strom in Minnesota, he got a base hit off of him. Runner at second base, Polanco belongs and responsible for Edison Volquez. Worked 4 1/3 innings before the rains came.
Fastball down the middle. Polanco nearly got picked off second base. Strom with the inside move, and I think Polanco was taking an extended secondary lead.
Yeah, it was shortstop, and Escobar and Mondesi playing very deep.
Check swing and a strike.
He will get a good lead if it's just maybe a little flare in the outfield.
And now 1-2. Ryan O'Rourke will be the next Twins pitcher.
Yeah, he was up a couple times when Jose Barrios ran into some trouble.
And a called third strike. Strom walks the first guy, gets the next 2, and we head to the bottom of the 5th, tied at 4. What do you do during a 3-hour, 3-minute rain delay? Well, some fans started running. They are Mountain Dew fans of the game, and much like the movie Forrest Gump, there were a few of them to start with, and people just over the course of the 3 hours joined in.
And they didn't end up in Montana or any place like that.
The only thing that stopped them was the resumption of the baseball game, which you are quite relieved about because you were going to join them.
Yes, I was at midnight, but we're playing before that. Ryan O'Rourke coming in, making his 10th relief appearance, his second since being recalled from Rochester. Matt Albers was designated for assignment. It opened the door for
Andrew Alberts.
Andrew Alberts. Second opportunity for O'Rourke to pitch for the Twins this year.
Hosmer tried to regain the lead for the Royals. 1 strike. wicked hack, a foul ball, strike 2. Guy caught it with his hat, I think.
Very nice catch.
Or did he have a glove? I guess his glove. 2 strikes to Hosmer. Morales and Perez will follow. And on 3 pitches, O'Rourke strikes out Hosmer.
Yeah, big slow breaking ball right there. Hosmer way out front.
And now Kendrys Morales. Morales 0 for 2, a strikeout and a fly to right. Morales, of course, a switch hitter, hitting right-handed against the lefty O'Rourke. Swing and a miss. And a base hit up the middle for Kendrys Morales. September 22nd is Ryder Cup night at Target Field. A limited number of Ryder Cup theme night ticket packages are available that include a game ticket and Ryder Cup themed Twins cap. Learn more at twinsbaseball.com/Ryder Cup or call 800-33-TWINS. Well, the roughs at Hazleton should be nice and lush with all the rain that we've had for the Ryder Cup. Hit it in the rough and just take your penalty. Strike 1. At least that's what I'd do. 1 strike to Perez.
Well, you do that on a normal course.
Morales no threat to do any running here. Popped up. And Dozier in the outfield grass looks to have a play. 2 down.
Well, to be honest with you, talk about Morales not running. I don't think anybody's going to be running. That infield's pretty wet.
There's a chance, and not to repeat my theory, but there's a chance they'll postpone this game after the 5th inning here.
Well, it's an official game right now.
Right, but you give each team a chance. It just seems like it's raining awfully hard here to resume play. Here is Gordon. And he takes ball 1. Gordon with a walk in the 2nd. He scored a run. A walk in the 4th, and he scored a run. Hit the big grand slam last night. And now 2-0.
Work fastball. A lot of sliders. 2 of them that he's thrown to Gordon so far. And a changeup.
Fouled back. Got a fastball and spun it to the screen. Strike 2.
Good hard slider there by Ryan O'Rourke.
And with 2 strikes, now Plouffe will move to the right side of the infield. On the outside corner. And O'Rourke pitches a scoreless bottom of the 5th. It's 4-4. Presumably going to the 6th. Get ready for the top of the 6th inning. And our Jeep rode ahead. A night game tomorrow, starting an hour earlier tomorrow. And then a day game Sunday, an off day Monday. Just 3 games at home with Detroit, then back on the road again to Toronto and Cleveland. Miguel Sano will lead off the 6th. And the first pitch, hooked foul, 1 strike. Sano walked in the 2nd and popped up in the 4th.
130.
And called strike 2. Strom did a nice job getting the Royals off the field in a tie game in the 5th inning. And Sano hooks another one foul.
Yeah, Strom was called up, as I mentioned last inning, the end of July. He basically got called up from Double-A. 22 games, 18 starts in Double-A, so Royals, I'm sure, looking for him for more than just maybe 1 1/3 or 1 2/3 innings.
Fastball away.
Good fastball right there, 94 miles an hour. He went through the Tommy John surgery in 2013.
Swing and a miss. And Sano strikes out, 1 down.
Second strikeout, straight strikeout for Strom. Missed most of 13 with the Tommy John surgery, also part of 2014. But a good fastball right there at 94.
Eddie Rosario started the 3-run 5th with a double to deep right center field, then scored on Centeno's double. Bluffing bunt, taking strike. One strike. 1-1 now. Strom told me yesterday before the game that on one of his trips to the Metrodome as an American Legion player, they were playing a game after a Twins game that you interviewed him.
That I did?
Yes.
Yeah, you told me that before. I don't recall.
And I don't know why you would have interviewed him. We typically did our telecast, signed off the air before those late games started. But he remembers it vividly.
It's 12:02. I forgot what I did yesterday.
Chopped foul, 1-2.
I think I was here yesterday.
You were?
Yeah. It's a new day.
1-2 to Eddie Rosario. And Rosario takes 2-2.
Wow.
Just off the outside corner.
Just missed. You know, in Double-A, he had pitched 103 innings. He had 107 strikeouts, only 23 walks. So he's pitching very well in Double-A.
High and tight. Got a swing and a miss. 3 straight strikeouts for Strom. And that'll bring up Juan Centeno. Centeno drove in a run with a double, later scored a run in the 5th inning, struck out back in the 2nd inning. Fastball over the inside corner. See why the Royals were confident he could handle things up here. Mid-90s heat and a wipeout slider. Slower breaking ball and a miss. zipped a fastball in off the plate. 2-1.
You know, when the Royals signed Strom, he was basically a reliever. They didn't really put him into rotation until last year. And then this year, kind of 18 starts. He pitched well.
Swing and a miss. 2-2. That's cracked behind the bag at third. Cuthbert with a good play and an on-target throw. Nice play by Chesler Cuthbert, and the Twins go down 1-2-3 in the sixth. And now tonight's T-Mobile Greater coverage of baseball. David Ortiz with his 28th home run of the year. 95 runs batted in for Big Papi in his swan song season. George Springer, 24 home runs on the year, just a couple in his last 23 games. And Adrian Beltre with 2 more home runs in St. Petersburg.
How about the year that David Ortiz is saying goodbye to, you know, playing baseball?
Right.
Unbelievable.
Alcides Escobar will lead off the bottom of the 6th. And the first pitch lifted foul into the seats behind the Twins dugout.
And Ryan O'Rourke starting his 2nd inning of relief.
Up and away, 1-1. You ever have a catcher who sat down like Centeno does from time to time?
Yeah, Tony Pena.
With Pittsburgh.
Right.
Right. Doesn't do it here. And the pitch inside nearly hit him. 2-1. It continues to rain, not quite as hard as it was when we resumed play, but footing, particularly for a pitcher, very important.
I remember Tim Laudner tried it once, but he never got back up.
Sitting
down like that, yeah.
Swing and a miss on a breaking ball.
Good slider. And O'Rourke has a very good slider. See all the mud out there on that mound. Now if it does and your footing is slip a little bit, you can ask the umpire to get some of that diamond dust out there.
Well, 3-2.
But if they bring diamond dust out there, they might as well bring it for the whole infield because it's got to be very wet. Cuthbert, when he feel that ball, that last ground ball, his right foot kind of gave away a little bit, but he still made a nice throw across the diamond.
Full count to the leadoff man in the Kansas City 6th. And he missed. first leadoff walk.
He tried the slider and missed down and in.
Walk's a big reason why the Royals scored there of 4 runs. Wildness by Berríos allowed them to score 3 runs in the second. Then it was a leadoff walk in the 4th that led to their final run. Now a leadoff walk in the 6th. Here is Raul Mondesi in what might very well be a bunting situation.
And Trevor Plouffe in on the grass.
And that gets away from Centeno. And Escobar will go to second base.
I believe he might have been crossed up right there. See if Centeno goes out to talk to O'Rourke.
He just missed it.
He's walking out there to. A lot of times with a runner at first, you'll go through more than one sign. A little cross up, I believe.
Okay. Should be a pass ball, though, to the catcher. It was almost a strike. And they rule it a wild pitch.
Wow, hit his glove. Michael Tonkin warming up in the Twins bullpen.
And that time he went. Royals people say that Mondesi is by far the best bunter on the team. We haven't seen it in evidence. Trying to get the go-ahead run now to third base. And he puts it down. And O'Rourke fires. That's not a routine play either with that ball rolling in the wet grass. Mondesi gets the bunt down and Escobar goes to third.
Yeah,
One down.
They changed it back to a pass ball.
Okay. That's what I.
Right. That's what we first thought. But a good bunt by Mondesi right there, advancing Escobar over to third base.
Twins will bring the infield in here for Gerard Dyson. Dyson drew a bases loaded walk in the second. Then he singled in a run in the 4th.
This is where O'Rourke's going to throw a lot of sliders here. Breaking ball right there.
Safety squeeze perhaps. And Dyson took ball 1. Plouffe lined up ahead of the runner at third base. Two and 0. Breaking ball over the outside corner.
3 straight sliders.
2 and 1. And now fouled over to the on deck circle. 2 and 2.
Make it 4. That's what we saw last year from O'Rourke when he thinks he needs a strikeout. He goes to that slider. "22 innings last year out of the bullpen, 24 strikeouts for O'Rourke. Just the walks were high at 15.
Two and 2 to Dyson. Little pop up. And Mauer crosses the line. Out number 2.
So 5 straight breaking balls gets Gerard Dyson a pop up.
You know, Paul Molitor is going to come out here with Chesler Cuthbert, the next scheduled hitter. He's going to bring in Michael Tonkin to try to get Cuthbert and keep this a 4-4 game. Other than the leadoff walk, O'Rourke does a nice job. We'll see if Michael Tonkin can strand the runner at third and get the third out. Here tonight was zombie night, and a couple of the zombies have survived the 3-hour and 3-minute rain delay. And Ryan O'Rourke will hope that Michael Tonkin can get the final out of the 6th inning here.
Yeah, he worked an inning and a third in last night's ball game, gave up 1 hit, and that was to Cuthbert in the 5th inning, a single. Didn't walk anybody, had a strikeout, threw 9 pitches, 8 were over the plate.
One of the other promotions tonight, the final Friday night fireworks night. Now the fireworks have been canceled for tonight to the everlasting gratitude of those staying across the way at the Drury Inn, who would be trying to get to sleep around 2:30 in the morning, and only to have fireworks going off in the middle of the night. Runner at third, 2 down, Cuthbert the batter. Checked his swing, we think. No, strike 1. Cuthbert with an 0-1 count.
Tonkin with a good fastball, hard slider, occasional changeup.
Breaking ball for strike 2. Now some of the lights have gone off here at Kauffman Stadium.
That's when Michael has to release that ball and throw it, when the lights are out.
Half the lights have gone out. And we will not resume until they come back on.
Yeah, Bill Miller, the crew chief, he's at second base. He's walking over toward the dugout of the Royals, asking who unplugged the lights. Well, it is zombie promotion, right?
Right, that's true. Yeah.
They like the night better than the day.
And it's been a long night for everybody, and now Bill Miller's trying to figure out how quickly we can get the lights turned back on. Paul Molitor wants to confer with the umpires. Meanwhile, it continues to rain rather heavily.
Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, and Michael Tonkin on the mound. I think they want a new plate out there, or somebody to clean off that little area that does clean your cleats.
And why not, if we're not playing anyway, an opportunity for the grounds crew to try to put some diamond dust on the mound.
They're just cleaning that little, I don't know, what would you call that? Told that the lights are on a timer. Yeah, that's cool. Here they come. They're flickering back on.
They are?
Yes. I'm looking up here on the left. It's a little flicker.
I don't see it. I don't see it. I'd love to believe you, but I don't see it. That's a reflection from the scoreboard in center field, I believe.
Well, it is after midnight.
Somewhere behind the clouds, a nearly full moon. And I don't know what we're going to do here now, because they won't resume play until the field is properly illuminated. Michael Tonkin was 1 strike perhaps away from finishing the bottom of the 6th inning.
Are these halogen type lights? Because sometimes when they go out, they might take 15-20 minutes for these lights to come back on.
Michael Tonkin getting in out of the rain. So we've had a rain delay, which was at 8:41, and the lights delay now at 12:17. And in between, we've had about a half hour's worth of baseball. So it's been a weird night on Zombie Night here at Kauffman Stadium. Bill Miller must have gotten some explanation. All the Twins players now coming off the field, so we'll have a delay again of some duration. Some drama in Cleveland tonight. Jose Ramirez with a game-tying home run in the 9th inning, and then Tyler Naquin with a drive to right. Off the top of the wall, and Naquin, as we know, runs very well. Where would the center fielder be?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Is that Upton right there?
And a walk-off inside the park home run for the Indians, and they beat the Blue Jays. And here in Kansas City, we're tied at 4. The Royals are batting with the go-ahead run at 3rd and 2 down. And Michael Tonkin got ahead of Chesler Cuthbert 0-2, and then half the lights went out. And all the while, it continues to rain. Miguel Sano might need his sunglasses Sunday. I don't think he'll need them tonight anymore. We'll take a break and come back, and we'll give you an update on the light delay when we come back. Tonkin will get a chance to re-warm up here in the 6th inning with the go-ahead run at third, 2 outs, and an 0-2 count to Chesler Cuthbert. The game has been interrupted. Cuthbert's at bat has been interrupted.
I tell you what, these players are spoiled today. You know, in my high school, we had lights, and they were kind of like lights when half the bank went out.
Right.
Oh, it was hard.
Kept playing, though, didn't
yes, you did. Great to pitch like that.
So Tonkin will have as many of these as he feels necessary to get ready to retire Cuthbert and send us to the 7th inning. And right now it's hardly raining, and so we're very encouraged about that by the standards set earlier tonight.
I think they're all back on. Here we go.
Taylor Rogers warming up in the Twins bullpen, and the count to Cuthbert as he stands in is 0-2. The light delay unofficially 12 minutes.
Oh, that's nothing.
Smothered by Centeno, 1-2. Escobar's at third. He started the inning with a walk. 1-2. And Tonkin finishes off Cuthbert's at bat with a strikeout, and we'll head to the 7th, tied at 4. Casino story of the game with the game tied at 4.
Well, Jose Barrios had a tough time in the 2nd inning when he walked 3. And Barrios finally got through it, but Brian Dozier made it a 3-1 ball game with his 28th home run, his 6th straight home run against the Kansas City Royals in 6 games. Jorge Polanco with a couple runners on tied the game at 4 apiece with a double. And then the rains came, and everybody waited about 3 hours. Lights went out. What else can happen?
Sprinklers can go off.
Are they on timers too?
Santana bunts it right back to the mound, and Moylan, who just entered the game, has the easiest out you can get.
Yeah, Moylan coming out as side armor, making his 29th relief appearance.
The fact that we resumed play meant that Brian Dozier gets to keep his home run tonight, the one in the third inning that got the Twins on the board. For a while, when it looked like we wouldn't resume play, it looked like he might lose another home run. Remember, he lost one 9 days ago. First pitch popped back and out of play, 1 strike. And when he hit the home run against the Astros in the game that was stopped after 2 innings with the Twins up 5-0, he hit a home run, but officially it never happened. Never happened. There's a bunt up the line, and that will kick the grass and go foul. So I did my research, and I think it was exhaustive research. At least I was exhausted when I was done doing the research.
Who did you ask?
And I found out, and it seems like a pretty common occurrence, that only one other time in Twins history did a player lose a home run in a postponed game, and it was 2 players in one game, both Rod Carew and Harmon Killebrew. Now, it seems to me that it would be something that in 56 years of baseball, even though the Twins played indoors for 28 years at the Metrodome, that it would have happened 10 or 12 times. But it only happened in one other game, and now it almost happened twice to Dozier in a week and a half. 1 strike. Dribbler up the line, foul.
Moylan's been around the game. He's 37 years old, with the Braves for 8 seasons, pitched for the Dodgers in his first season with the Royals.
So if he hits a home run here, I mean, if you're going to stay up this late, you want to see some baseball history. I'm guessing he would be the only player ever to hit a home run on each side of a rain delay of 3 hours or more with a light delay of 12 minutes afterward. And he takes outside 2-2. This home run counting, it's his 28th of the year, the one tonight, and that tied or ties his career high mark set last year. 3-2 to the backstop. Polanco will hit next. Moylan.
Yeah, Moylan, once property of the Minnesota Twins back in 1996. Played a couple years for the Twins. Was released by the Twins in 1998.
Inside, he missed him, but walked him.
Yeah, Moylan from Australia.
That was back at a time when the Twins at one point had 16 Australian players in their system. Dozier at first, a threat to steal. Polanco's had a good night at the plate. Struck out in the first, lined out to Dyson in center field in the third, and then delivered a 2-run double that tied the game right before the rain stopped play. Long hold and a fastball that drifts outside.
One more thing on Moylan. When he got released by the Twins back in 1998, he went back to Australia, became a pharmaceutical rep, and then pitched in the WBC for Australia in 2006. Some 6 years later, 7 years later, the Braves like him. They signed him to a minor league contract.
Moylan has misfired twice here to Polanco. Two and 0. Same pitch, same result.
And Perez is going to walk the ball out to Peter Moylan.
Mauer on deck. It's 3-0 to Polanco. Brian Flynn, left-hander, warming up. Has warmed up probably to pitch to Mauer this inning.
Dozier at first base, 8 stolen bases in 10 attempts, but again, got to be tough to try to steal a base as wet as the infield is. And then you have Perez behind the plate.
And Polanco takes a strike. Dozier diving back, and batting gloves get a little grimy. 3-1. And ball 4, back-to-back walks by Moylan. And Mauer will come up, and Ned Yost will change pitchers. So first and second, and Moylan got the first out easily when Santana bunted the ball right back to him, but then he had a hard time throwing strikes. Flynn will come in to pitch to Mauer, with the Twins putting 2 runners aboard. Trying to put the Twins on top for the first time in the ball game tonight. Our carsoup.com trivia question: which Twins player has the highest career average at Kauffman Stadium? And this is a new question for today. Is this Saturday's question or still Friday's question?
We were told it's still Fridays, but it's 12:41 a.m.
Flynn will come in. Twins have some speed on the bases with Dozier and Polanco.
Yeah, Flynn, 6'7", about 250, hard throwing lefty. Good hard breaking ball, changeup.
And Mauer takes a strike on the inside corner. Royals have confirmed, by the way, that the light delay was because half the lights here at Kauffman Stadium are on a timer.
See, and I was right.
And at 12:15, they were cut back. The lights were cut back to accommodate the cleaning crew only. One strike to Mauer. Half swing, but strike 2.
Very hard slider there at 85 miles an hour. Flynn in his first season with the Royals. Couple stints this year. Started the season in AAA. Traded over to Kansas City from Miami a couple years ago.
Called third strike. Mauer strikes out on 3 pitches. 2 down. And I believe the answer is Joe Mauer as he heads back to the dugout.
Yeah.
And it's Rod Carew at 3:57.
Nice going, Rodney.
Here's Plouffe, a single in 3 trips. Twins would like to take advantage of the wildness by Moylan. First and second, 2 away. Ball 1. One and 0 to Plouffe. Up and away. Nice stop by Perez, keeping the runners at second and first. And it's 3-0 with Kepler on deck. Trevor had a 3-1 pitch in the 5th inning with runners at first and second and 1 down, and he hit a pop-up to Mondesi in short right field.
Now, Trevor might have the green light right here with the left-hander up next.
And he takes ball 4. 3 walks in the inning. The only ball put in play was Santana's bunt right back to the mound on the first pitch of the inning. And Kepler has another bases loaded opportunity. 53 runs batted in, because it seems like at least once a game he comes up with the bases loaded. 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts, both of those looking, which is unlike Max. Pitch is up, ball 1.
Well, Flynn came into the ball game 14 walks in 38 innings pitched.
Not unreasonable. Grounder to short. And an easy flip to second. Twins leave the bases full. They took 3 walks, but we are still tied at 4.
Going to the bottom of the 7th inning. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Any accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
Typically this time of night we rebroadcast the game that was played the night before. This is the real thing. We're all watching this for the very first time.
Michael Tonkin, who got the last out of the 6th inning, starting the 7th.
Lorenzo Cain, Eric Hosmer, Kendrys Morales will bat in the 7th. Fastball inside, ball 1. Royals again coming into this game having won 10 out of 12. They've won all but 2 games against the Twins this year.
Currently on a 5-game winning streak. Twins would like to stop that here tonight.
Popped up right side. Dozier in front of Kepler, and now giving way to Kepler, 1 away. You know, and I think there is something to what we were talking about before. You know, right now Kansas City's on top of the division because they won the World Series last year. They're 3rd place this year. But any championship, whether it's the Central Division Championship, a World Championship, still goes through Kansas City. The Twins need to find a way to start beating the Royals. Tonkin got the last out of the 6th, first out of the 7th, and now Taylor Rogers will pick the game up for the Twins. To face left-handed hitting Eric Hosmer and very likely switch hitter Kendrys Morales, trying to keep this a 4-4 game.
Yeah, 41st relief appearance for Taylor Rogers in his rookie season with the Twins. A couple stints with the Twins, came up in the mid-April, got sent down 6 days later, and then recalled on May 17th.
We are happy to report it's all but stopped raining, and this field should continue to dry out. At least that's the hope. Hosmer got a breaking ball and spun it over the Twins dugout. 1 strike.
You know, you were talking about the Royals, you know how they're in 3rd place now, but they know what it is like also being the wild card.
Sure.
You know, a couple years ago they were the wild card.
Dribbled right side. Dozier charges and fires. Gets Hosmer by a step 2 down.
And they ended up going to the World Series. They lost to the Giants, but still as a wild card they got there. And then last year was kind of a dream year for the Royals here.
And I think from the Twins standpoint, based on how the season series have gone the last 3.5 years, the Twins understand they've got to find a way to beat Kansas City. They've handled Cleveland fine this year. Cleveland's the best team in the division. Some encouraging signs the last couple series against the Tigers, but Kansas City has been dominating the Twins. Ball 1. Much like years ago, Kansas City had to exercise a demon. They had to beat the Twins and beat them soundly to, prove that they were not going to be pushed around anymore. 2-0. Still talking St. Petersburg when Joe Madden took over and the Yankees had just pretty much kicked sand in the face of the Rays for years, and it was in a spring training game, and Tampa Bay Rays and Joe Madden said enough. They had a little skirmish. Here's a ball hit to the right field corner, chased by Kepler, and a leaping catch in the corner. Nice Fine catch. Play by Max Kepler to end the 7th inning, and we head to the 8th, still tied at 4. The corner, I'm guessing Tom Bernansky talking with him about that 7th inning at bat, the ground ball to short that ended the inning. Joakim Soria comes in to pitch for the Royals in the 8th inning, and he's not had the type of year the Royals had hoped. Signed him to a 3-year deal. He's under contract with them through 2018.
Yeah, walks are a little high. 21 walks in 51 1/3 innings, 52 strikeouts though.
Sano, Rosario, and Centeno will face him.
4 wins, 5 losses, and ERA just over 4 out of their bullpen.
Down and away with a fastball. Sano's faced him once and struck out. Two and 0. Since we resumed play in the top of the 5th inning, the Twins have taken 4 walks. The Royals have taken 1 walk. There's been 1 hit in the game, and that came from Morales back in the 5th. And Sano with
tried to give the Twins a lead.
A little disruption in his routine when he was idled with the sore elbow, and his timing seems to be a little bit off. A lot of swings and misses. 2 and 1. And fouled back 2 and 2. At the knees, took a fastball for a strikeout.
And Sano did not like it, but Soria picking up a strikeout.
Second straight strikeout for Sano, and that'll bring up Rosario. Rosario with a double in 3 trips. Rosario's double started the 3-run 5th. And now this one hit deep down the right field line, but it's a foul ball. 1 strike.
Soria has given up 8 home runs.
Hey, you know I'm only 10 days older than you, Rosario? Must make you feel good.
And a fastball taken for a strike.
My birthday is September 17th.
And now 1-2.
Hey, but Rosario, I think we can be friends like when you have an off day, though. We can go to a bar and have a few drinks, maybe some margaritas.
Swing and a foul. Twins with a run in the third on Dozier's home run, 3 runs in the fifth. They had a chance in the seventh when they took 3 walks.
It's 1 a.m.
But they couldn't push the go-ahead run across.
Have some time.
Line to Mondesi, who made the catch. 2 down, and let's go to Audra Martin.
Well, guys, in a game like this, sometimes you just have to look for any excuse or, good luck charm. In this case, Trevor Plouffe saw a fan wearing a Brian Dozier jersey, and he asked the fan if he could have the jersey, and the fan agreed. So Plouffe went into the clubhouse, got him a bat, and Kyle Gibson handed the fan the bat for the jersey. And Plouffe's explanation was because you can't lose a baseball game when you have 2 Brian Doziers on your team. So if you notice, Kyle Gibson is currently wearing that Brian Dozier jersey that's maybe a size or two too small, but we'll see if that theory of having 2 Brian Doziers on the team pays off with the win tonight.
Hey, Wednesday night we saw Kyle swing the bat. He's no Brian Dozier.
Hey, whatever it takes, it can bring some luck.
1-0 to Centeno. And now 2-0. Centeno with an RBI double and a run scored in the fifth. Three and 0. Santana on deck. Down the middle of strike.
When Soria was a closer here, he did a great job in 5 seasons, a total of 160 saves for the Royals. Then he went through the Tommy John surgery. Royals kind of gave up on him. He went to Texas, Detroit, and then last year with Detroit and Pirates, saved 24 ball games. And then came back here and signed that 3-year contract.
Fouled away 3 and 2.
Haven't seen that big, slow breaking ball that he'll drop in there from time to time.
Seen a lot of those hit over the fence the last couple of years.
Well, good time to throw one now then.
Full count to Centeno. Foul back. I see 2 fans in the upper level here, and they're racing to get that foul ball. Strike 3, Centeno strikes out, and Soria has a 1-2-3 8th inning. Going to the bottom of the 8th inning because of a rain delay that lasted 3 hours and 3 minutes, a light delay that lasted 12 minutes after that. And so we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Salvador Perez will lead things off against Taylor Rogers.
Yeah, Taylor Rogers got the final 2 outs in the 7th inning.
It'll be Perez, Gordon, and Escobar. Twins using their 3rd relief pitcher and bringing Rogers in last inning. There's a pitch down and in, ball 1. And now 2-0. Perez 1 for 3. Started the 3-run second with a single. And then Jose Barrios ran into some control issues. Ended up walking in 2 runs. The other run scoring on a bad hop single that nearly knocked a few teeth out for Trevor Plouffe.
Yeah, Rogers falling behind here, 3-0.
And a strike on the outside corner. And now 3-2. Rogers usually pretty good about not walking people.
Yeah,
and Perez a tough guy to walk.
Yeah, 10 unintentional walks in 44 innings pitched for Rogers.
Perez only 14 unintentional walks all year long with 400 at bats. High and deep to left. Santana back at the wall. Hits the top of the wall, and Perez will go to second with a double. I think that ball hit the top of the wall. Hard to see with the LED lighting out there. But I don't know that Santana got all the way back to the wall, did he?
Yeah, I think Ned Yost wants to take a look at it. It looked like, you know, high enough. Santana looked like he got back there. But then the flight of the ball.
Yeah, he did get all the way back to the wall.
Yeah, right off that top padding.
So it is a leadoff double for Salvador Perez.
And Billy Burns, I believe, is going to run for Perez at second base.
That means we might have a Drew Butera sighting here at the end of this game.
Well, Perez picks up his second hit. That's his 24th double. And the speedster, Burns, comes in.
Ordinarily it might be Dyson, but remember he started in center field for Paulo Orlando. So Burns is at second, nobody out, and here is Alex Gordon. Outside ball 1. Gordon with 2 walks, 2 runs scored. Missing low. Rogers, who fell behind Perez and eventually paid the price on a 3-1 pitch, now falls behind Gordon 2-0. Three and 0. Escobar on deck.
Neil Allen quickly on the phone.
Rogers, as we said, usually pretty good about throwing strikes, but he's fallen behind the first 2 hitters here, 3-0. And now 3-1 to Gordon.
Right through Perez, a 3-1 fastball that he hit high off that wall for the double. Don't want to make a mistake right here. Gordon, I'm sure, looking fastball.
Dozier backhands it. And Burns did not advance to third base. So you send in a pinch runner, and maybe the flight of the ball dictated to Burns that he didn't dare take off for third, thinking that Dozier may make the catch on the fly.
Brian was actually ready to throw to third, too. Kind of softly hit. Watch Brian right here. You see the flight of the ball. Burns has to make sure that the ball hits the ground. And the out recorded at first base.
And now Escobar with one out.
Like Ryan Presley just getting loose in the Twins bullpen.
Escobar with an RBI single and a run scored in the second. Drew a leadoff walk, ended up at third base in the sixth. Big swing and a miss, and Rogers will work ahead.
What you also want to do, I know Brian Dozier's going to try to keep Burns close to second, but you have to look a couple times, change your routine, because Rogers does have that high leg kick. There's a couple looks.
On the ground, Plouffe with a nice pickup over to Mauer, and Burns' inability to advance to third on the first out will leave him at third now with two away.
Yeah, nice play by Trevor. Again, the infield still pretty wet. Now he has to go to his left at the last second, able to get that ball in his glove and get the out.
Mondesi hit by a pitch in the 3-run second, singled in the fourth, and then laid down a sacrifice bunt in the sixth. Rogers trying to pitch around the leadoff double.
Well, Trevor playing about even with the bag. Mondesi, we've talked about his ability to bunt well. Make sure he doesn't bunt that ball and take it with him down toward first base. Well, Trevor backing up.
Dug out by Centeno. Mondesi with the sacrifice in the sixth. Doesn't have but 70 at bats, and he's got 5 sacrifice bunts already. And the Twins are playing the infield back. Chopped foul. We were told Mondesi has the sacrifice bunts, but also 3 of his 15 hits have been bunt singles. 1-1. There he thought, threatened to bunt, took a pitch outside. And that'll bring Plouffe in a couple of steps, at least for the time being. Now about even with the bag. 2-1. Old foul, 2-2. Two and two to the 9th place hitter. Struck him out. Centeno completes the strikeout, and Rogers does a great job after Perez's leadoff double. Been a weird night, and we head to the ninth tied at 4. We have had a 3-hour, 3-minute rain delay, a 12-minute light delay. Danny Santana will lead things off against Kelvin Herrera.
Yeah, Herrera now the closer, not a safe situation, so he comes in to pitch to the top Twins in the top of the ninth, making his 55th relief appearance. He's a setup man for Greg Holland, then Wade Davis, and both of them, Greg Holland now out of baseball, trying to recover, and Davis out on a disabled list, so Herrera gets the closing opportunity.
1-0 to Santana. And a chopper. Escobar picks and fires one away. And Santana's retired. That'll bring up Dozier. Dozier 1 for 3 with a couple of walks against Herrera. Dozier's had another good night at the plate against the Royals. 7 games in a row that he's hit a home run against Kansas City. That's incredible. Up and in, ball 1. Royals have used everybody in the bullpen, but Chris Young, who pitched a lot last night, and Chin-Ming Wong, who's realistically their only available reliever. Two and 0 to Brian Dozier. Swing and a foul. Drew Butera doing the catching now with Perez out of the game, being pinch run for after his near home run. Thinking back to that double that hit the top corner of the padded wall in left field and came back onto the field of play. Sometimes it's not a game of inches, it's a game of quarter inches. And Butera needed a different mask, but not that one. Two and 1 to Brian Dozier. And down the middle, 2-2.
96-mile-an-hour fastball by Herrera.
Twins would like to, at the very least, get Herrera's pitch count up. Make sure he pitches just 1 inning and not 2. A high pop-up, short left field. Gordon coming in. And that's the second out. What's next brought to you by CenturyLink. We mentioned the Twins have had all kinds of rain issues this year. 16 delays or postponements. The difference is the Twins have a night game after this long delay. Usually they've been day games. Yeah. And tomorrow it'll be Hector Santiago against Ian Kennedy.
Santiago looking for his first win in a Twins uniform, and Kennedy's been pitching very well as of late for the Royals.
Polanco with a 2-run double and a walk in his last 2 plate appearances. Check swing, strike 1. That's just the 8th pitch for Herrera, and it came in at 97 miles per hour. One and one.
Well, Polanco got the big double that scored a couple runs to tie the ball game in the 5th inning.
Half swing and a strike. It's 1-2. It's been one of the encouraging things for Polanco. Over 100 at bats now, and just 14 strikeout, 15 counting his first inning strikeout here tonight. And another one. At 97, Herrera throws just a handful of pitches in a 1-2-3 ninth. And Ryan Presley will come in to pitch to the top of the order for Kansas City. Dyson, Cuthbert, and Kane.
Yeah, Ryan making his 59th relief appearance. Good fastball, hard breaking ball, occasional changeup. 6 wins, 5 losses out of the bullpen with 12 holes. Very good ERA. He last worked on Tuesday in Atlanta, 2/3 of an inning. Picked up his 12th save in the Twins' 4-2 win.
Dyson will lead things off. Drove in a run with a walk back in the 2nd inning when Barrios was struggling with his control. Drove in a run with a single in the 4th. Up and away, ball 1.
You know, since this game was resumed back in the bottom of the 5th inning, or the 5th inning, there's only been 2 hits, two by the Royals. Twins don't have a hit, so both bullpens doing well.
And a strike. Dyson 3 for 7 in his matchups against Presley, and this is obviously a guy you want to keep off the bases. Might be the fastest man in the American League. 2-1. Three and 1. Royals got a leadoff walk in the 6th, didn't score. A leadoff double in the 10th, excuse me, the 8th, and didn't score.
Yeah, no free passes here.
Not to this guy.
I have to make him swing the bat, make him earn his way on.
And a strike, 3-2. Dyson called out on strikes in the 1st inning. And of course, Presley's got that knee buckling breaking ball. Cuthbert on deck.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to throw it here. He's got to challenge him with that fastball.
And Polanco fires to Mauer, who makes that play again. Keeping a foot on the bag and falling to his right.
Ken Herbeck would be proud.
Well, Polanco aired out that throw because he had to.
He had to, exactly right. Little high chopper over the mound, and the only one that had to play, Brian Dozier coming in hard too, but Polanco has to cut in front of him, and then on the run, flip it over to Joe. Dyson getting down that line quickly.
Good play by Mauer and Polanco. One down. Here's Cuthbert. Strike over to the inside corner. Cuthbert, like Dyson, drew a bases loaded walk in the second. Other than that, he's 0 for 3.
Get out of here.
And there's Centeno sitting down.
St. Louis, stop it.
1-1. Popped up, short right. Kepler coming in. 2 down. And that'll bring up Kane. Kane singled in the first. Since then, a ground ball double play and a couple of flies to Kepler.
Presley and Centeno going over their game plan on how to pitch to Kane. Eric Hosmer on deck.
It's worth a detailed discussion. Kane is 4 for 7 against Ryan Presley.
Gonna go inside.
Ball 1.
Just inside.
Twins in the no doubles defense with Plouffe about 4 feet off the line at third. Now it's 2-0 from Presley to Kane. Outfield playing a few steps deeper.
Yeah, we've seen Kane, many times. He's a guy that uses a whole field. Pitch him away, he'll go that way.
Checked his swing, or did he go? Strike, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, Presley went with a slider right there behind an account.
Ground ball up the middle and a base hit. Just put it on the ground, and it took about 4 or 5 hops for it to get through the infield. A 2-out single, and that'll bring up Hosmer. Hosmer tonight is 0 for 4. Hosmer against Presley 1 for 7. There goes Kane on the first pitch. Centeno's throw knocked down by Polanco on a throw that nearly sailed into center field. So a stolen base puts Kane into scoring position.
Kane with his 10th stolen base in 14 attempts. He was taken off on first movement. And Presley with that high leg kick. Centeno comes in. You can see it on the second base side.
Knocked it down.
Yeah, he did everything he could, and he knocked it down. Yep. And they're going to, I believe, walk Hosmer intentionally.
Of course, his run doesn't mean anything. Ball 3. Presley, a right-hander, would pitch to the switch hitter Morales as a left-handed batter, where so far this year he hasn't been nearly as productive as from the right side.
And for Ryan, his second intentional walk.
Tonight, Morales is 1 for 4. Coming into the game, hitting .280 as a right-handed batter, .228 as a left-handed batter. And here comes Neil Allen.
You know, they put a clock on the visits to the mound.
Right.
About 20 seconds, and I think if they do that with the pitchers too, we were talking about it about 7 hours ago. I brought it up.
Okay.
You know, Commissioner of Baseball wants to speed up the game a little bit, and they do it in the minor leagues in Fort Myers, Florida, in the minor leagues, and I'll tell you what, it's a nice, crisp game.
Yeah. People who've seen the game say that it does make a difference.
And even for the hitters, I think last year, Dick, I thought we had the hitters would stay in the box. This year they have to enforce that a little bit better.
Right. Well, here's Morales with the winning run at second and 2 down. Swing and a miss.
Good,
and that was
good hard breaking ball there.
I'm going to say if the count gets lopsided at all, remember that Drew Butera is hitting in what was Perez's spot. Butera having a really good year at the plate this year, hitting .280. But Morales still a very dangerous veteran run producer. 1 strike. 2 strikes.
Another good curveball right there.
And that might have been the topic of discussion when Neil Allen came to the mound.
2 good breaking balls.
Grounded to first. Mauer sprawls to knock it down. And on a night when we've had delays totaling 3 hours and 15 minutes, we'll have extra innings.
It's only fitting.
Extra innings presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. And Joe Mauer will lead things off in the 10th against Chien-Ming Wang, who realistically is the last man standing out of that Kansas City bullpen.
Yeah, Chris Young, you know, he pitched a couple innings in last night's ball game, but Chien-Ming Wang coming in, making his 35th relief appearance. 5-0 out of the bullpen, but a 4.87 earned run average.
Joe Mauer made a heck of a play reacting to throw a little bit off target by Polanco. That was for the first out of the 9th inning, and then the Royals got a base hit, and did not score, as it turned out, sending us to the 10th. It'll be Mauer, Plouffe, and Kepler facing Wong. Fouled away, a strike. Haven't seen Joe sting the ball. In fact, tonight again, a couple of weak ground balls and a strikeout. And he was, before the thigh injury started giving him some trouble, he really was looking great at the plate. We'll see if he can get a hit here to start this 10th inning. Foul to the left field corner, 0-2.
Yeah, Wong with an assortment of pitches. The fastball in the low 90s, slurve type breaking ball, and then a split finger.
Joe 2 for 8 with 2 walks against Wong. And another foul.
Wong had shoulder surgery back in 2009, missed all of 2010. From Taiwan.
This hit to the left field corner, chased by Gordon. No play. That's not where Joe wants to hit the baseball. Alex Gordon has won Gold Gloves and taken, what do you think, 50 hits away from Joe?
Many doubles.
Many doubles. 0-2 again to Mauer. And another foul. Joe DH'd in the ball game last night, playing first base tonight. Another 0-2 to Mauer. On the ground, couple of hops, fielded by Mondesi, 1 down. And that'll bring up Plouffe. Plouffe with a single and a walk in 4 trips. Twins haven't gotten a hit since Polanco's double right before the skies opened up and forced a delay of more than 3 hours.
Yeah, the Royals bullpen has been outstanding.
Pitches up. Twins with just 6 hits. They got 4 hits just under the wire. Got the game tied up. Then the delay, the resumption of play, and the Twins had 1 threat. That's in the 7th inning when they took 3 walks. High fly right field. Kane. And out number 2. That'll bring up Kepler. Kepler came up in the 7th inning with the bases loaded because of the 3 walks and hit a ground ball to short. What we've seen from this young man, though, is a flair for the dramatic. A big home run in the 9th inning in Detroit a couple road trips ago. And he takes strike 1. The 3 home runs in Cleveland in 1 game. The walk-off against the Red Sox at Target Field. Chop toward third. Cuthbert fires. And Wong has a quick 1-2-3, top of the 10th. In this case, he is in the game because the Royals pinch ran for Perez after his double. But Drew Butera is not the automatic out he's been through most of his major league career. He's hitting .280 this year, has 9 doubles, 3 home runs, and he's pitched a couple of scoreless appearances. Those are his numbers, and he will lead off the bottom of the 10th for Kansas City. And he will be followed by Alex Gordon and Alcides Escobar. Presley waiting for Rosario to be shifted in center field. And Presley falls behind another batter. Ball 1. Two and 0.
You know, you look at a guy like Drew Butera that works hard. Of course, he played for the Twins from 2010 to 2013. This is his 7th season in the big leagues. You know, as a backup catcher, he's accepted what his role is.
Popped up, backing out of play. Well, last year, it was Butera who caught the last out of the World Series. 2 and 1. And now 3 and 1. Presley got the first 2 outs of the 9th, then gave up the single and intentional walk. 3 and 1 to Drew Butera. Fly ball right field, and Kepler hardly has to move. 1 down, and that'll bring up Gordon. You know, this is into Saturday now, but there were a couple of interesting on this dates that I wanted to tell you about. It was on yesterday's date in 07. Johan Santana struck out 17 batters. You and I were doing that game against the Texas Rangers.
I remember that. That was in 8 innings, and Ron Gardenhire didn't know whether to send him out or not.
Johan kind of tipped his cap
Yes,
and
he did.
Took himself out, and I think there were a few relieved people in the dugout. Here's Gordon. Fouled away. 1 and 1. Gordon with the big swing of the bat last night, a grand slam that busted the game open. Royals scored 5 times in the 4th inning and never looked back. Tonight they scored 3 times in the 2nd, but saw the Twins tie them up with 3 runs in the 5th. On the outside corner, 1 and 2.
Good curveball right there.
And now Plouffe will swing over to the right side of the infield. Fouled off a leg. There's one other notable on this date. Something notable happened in baseball yesterday. Where were you 65 years ago yesterday?
Yesterday I was in Holland.
65 years ago you were in Holland. At the ripe old age of what?
A couple months.
Okay, so you wouldn't remember Eddie Goodell coming to the plate?
I remember stories about him. That was Bill Veeck. The Chicago White Sox.
Outside, 2 and 2.
Walked on 4 pitches, if I remember right. And where were you at that time?
Twinkle in somebody's eye. 2-2. And chopped foul. amazed that, you know, here we are getting on to close to 2 o'clock and there's still a few hundred fans around here.
It's Friday night.
Missing inside 3-2.
Good take by Gordon right there.
Full count to Alex Gordon.
Hey, Matt.
And a base hit to center. And the Royals get another 1-out single. Turn at first. Gordon will hold up. And that'll bring up Escobar.
Yeah.
And Presley will have to keep an eye on Gordon now.
Yeah, Gordon picking up his first hit. 3-2 breaking ball. And Gordon, good piece of hitting right there. He's been swinging a better bat as of late. And Gordon at first base, 6 stolen bases in 6 attempts.
We saw Kane steal second with 2 outs in the 9th on the very first offering from Presley. We expect a little bit different treatment here of Gordon at first. Maybe a throw over, step off, whatever. Escobar with a single and a walk. And there's a throw.
Now, Kane went on first movement. Now, again, Presley does bring that left knee up to about the belt.
Big swing and a miss. Escobar got a breaking ball inside and tried to jerk it down the line.
He likes swinging a bat.
Another throw over. One strike to Escobar. And now fouled back. Another breaking ball. Pat Dean pitched 3 innings last night, so he's not in the mix for tonight. And there's 2 available relievers out there. Their closer, Brandon Kinsler, and JT Chagua is getting loose right now. The count to the batter, 0-2. Gordon
takes
goes
off, yeah.
and the pitch fouled away.
Got a pretty good jump right there.
And Presley getting ready for another 0-2 pitch. And a base hit to left. Gordon to second, and he'll hold up there. Escobar just stuck the bat out and hooked it through the hole. First and second, 1 away.
Escobar picking up his second hit. That's exactly what he did. Breaking ball away, and he did hook it. A little bit too much of the plate right there.
A couple of speedy batters due up next. Mondesi and then Dyson. Mondesi with a sacrifice bunt. He was hit by a pitch. He singled and then struck out in a key spot in the 8th inning. Royals had the go-ahead run at third with 2 down. Strike 1 as Presley works ahead. Royals with 3 singles and 6 at bats, 7 at bats against Presley. Oh, and 2.
It's been a while since I think Paul Molitor, Neil Allen has wanted 2 innings out of Ryan Presley.
Right.
Last time he has worked 2 innings in a ball game. Now you have to go against Kansas City back in May, late May.
Again, the guy backing him up, Chagua, only has 5 1/3 big league innings. Fastball down and away. One and 2 to Raul Mondesi. Pounded over by the Royals dugout. Struck him out, 2 down.
Good curveball right there. Presley picking up his first strikeout.
And now Paul Molitor to the mound here. I don't know that this is for a pitching change. Dyson heading back to the dugout. I think they're just checking to make sure Presley's okay.
Yeah, good hard breaking ball straight down, and Mondesi swinging through it.
I think that was just a physically, how are you feeling? Have you got one more batter in you? Otherwise, we've got somebody warmed up. And predictably, Presley, I'm fine. He's gone through the Kansas City order completely. And now he'll face Dyson, who bounced to short. Remember, that was the play, a chopper kind of over the mound. And Polanco scooped and sidearm rifle shot that Mauer made a good play on the other end. Missing ball 1. Surprising you don't see Presley face 9 batters and only strike out 1 of them, but he got Mondesi in a key spot. Swing and a miss, 1-1.
Good hard breaking ball right there. Pitch count 44 for Ryan Presley, but remember 4 of those is an intentional walk.
Still plenty of pitches.
Yes,
and that's why the manager came out to check. One and 1 to Dyson. Speared by Presley. Nice play by Presley in 2 nice innings. The Royals put a couple men on again in the 10th, but don't score. By Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. 4-4 as we go to the 11th inning. And if you're wondering why this is the last game being played, it's because this game was held up for a total of 3 hours and 15 minutes. First by a rain delay, then a light delay. Sano will face Chien-Ming Wang here to lead off the 11th inning.
Yeah, Chien-Ming Wang had a 1-2-3 10th inning. See if the Twins could do something here. They need a hit.
Strike one.
They haven't had a hit since Polanco's RBI double, and that was what, 6 hours ago.
Why am I laughing at that? I think you're right.
It's 2 o'clock, that's why.
Up and in. It's 1-1 to Sano. He walked way back in the second inning. That was a day ago. Then he popped up in the fourth, and since then, he struck out twice. Once swinging, once looking. I got a call here. He's going deep.
I like it. I like that call.
Not deep enough.
Not deep, yeah.
Dyson with the catch, one away. And now Eddie Rosario. I got a call.
Just keep calling. I'll get my phone ready.
Rosario with a double that started the 3-run fifth. You know, the amazing thing is, here it is almost 2 o'clock. We started at 7 o'clock, and because of all the delays, this is just Rosario's 5th plate appearance. Fouled away.
Well, he started that rally in the 5th inning that eventually tied this game at 4 apiece with that double, leadoff double.
And fouled away. Two strikes. Wong didn't have to work hard to get through the Twins in the 10th. He's already gotten it out in the 11th, and he's only thrown 15 pitches.
Yeah, 13 strikes.
0-2 to Rosario.
No fooling around.
And flared foul.
Keep hitting foul balls. Everybody here will at least have a ball to take home.
And cracked to right field, a base hit. Twins' first hit since about 8:30 tonight, last night. And Rosario's aboard.
Yeah, Rosario picks up his second hit. He fought off a fastball. That would look like an at-bat that he was just going to swing no matter what. Every pitch he swung at.
Well, Centeno. Centeno's caught another good game, and it wasn't easy early with Barrios all over the place in the second inning. He's added an RBI double and a run scored. Just about caught everybody in the Twins bullpen tonight as well. Wong delivers strike one. Rosario can steal. Butera, if anything, might have a stronger arm than Salvador Perez. Up, and it's 1-1. Yep, we're aware of that. Even in California, it's now Saturday morning.
Mm-hmm. Oh, good morning, California.
And Rosario flops back to the bag.
Wong went to spring training with the Royals as a non-roster player, made the club out of spring training.
And now pitch is up.
He made an appearance against the Twins back in April, and his prior appearance before that was in 2013 when he was with the Toronto Blue Jays. Had some injuries. Went to different organizations in 2014 and 15 with the Reds, the White Sox, Braves, and the Mariners.
2-1 to Centeno. Runner goes, and the pitch grounded foul just wide of the bag. And Gene Glynn is staring there with hands on his hips, staring right at Todd Tishner. It is not a reviewable play. And Paul Molitor standing out of the dugout wondering, what does the guy have to do? Well, it looked like it would bounce right over the bag. We'll show a replay, I'm sure, but what a close play. And with Rosario going, he might very well have scored.
Right, and you know, this ball right here, even though you watch where it hits, we may not get the best of angle, but there we go. Wow. Wow, even though it hit foul, it might have went over the bag.
I love you, man.
Outside now, 3-2. And with Rosario going 2 pitches ago, he'll very likely be going here, I would think. Full count to Centeno. Rosario goes, and the pitch grounded to the right side. And Mondesi flips. Rosario at second now with 2 down for Danny Santana.
Santana needs a good at-bat right here. He's really had 4 bad at-bats. Tried bunting in the 7th inning after striking out his first 2 at-bats, and he bunted right back to the pitcher. So a big plate appearance right here for Danny Santana.
And this is, I mean, all the at-bats tonight have been from the left side, which is his better side. Hit to the outfield might put the Twins in front.
The Royals outfield playing pretty shallow.
Backhanded by Butera.
Nice stop by Drew. Little backhand. Keeping the ball in front of him.
Bounced up around the heel of the catcher's mitt. 1-0 to Danny Santana. Two and 0.
Twins need a gapper right here in the outfield. Again, the outfield playing pretty shallow. Hit a ball sharply in the gap somewhere.
3-0. Dozier on deck.
Santana probably taking a pitch here with Dozier on deck.
Three and 1.
Now time for a gapper. Or just a little flare somewhere.
Three and 1 to Danny Santana. Little pop up left center field. Dyson coming in to put it away. Rosario left at second. Bottom of the 11th coming up. Still 4 apiece. interesting night.
Well, 3-run second inning for the Royals. 3 walks for Barrios, who's really struggled, but Brian Dozier goes deep for the 28th time, made it a 3-1 ball game. And then in the 5th inning, 3 doubles, the big hit by Jorge Polanco. It tied the game at 4 apiece. The rains came 3 hours later, and a little bit later the lights went out for about 15 minutes.
And now Cuthbert will get an infield hit on the first pitch from JT Chargois, a chopper up the middle, and the Royals get the leadoff man on in the 11th.
Chargois coming in, making his 5th relief appearance, his 4th since being recalled, and a sinker right back up the middle. Brian did everything he could to get over there, but Royals have a runner at first.
Cuthbert aboard.
For Chargois, this is his 3rd straight relief appearance against the Royals. He's pitched against them a couple times in Minnesota. And since his recall, he's pitched well. 4 2/3 innings, he's given up only 3 hits, no runs, couple walks, couple strikeouts.
Kane, the batter. Cuthbert with 1 steal on the season. And he misses ball 1. Chargois' feet being put directly into the fire here in a tie game, bottom of the 11th on the road against the defending world champs. 1-0.
His 2 previous outings in Minnesota, he worked in those 2 outings, a total of 2 innings, only 1 hit allowed. No runs.
1-0 to Lorenzo Kane. Nice stop by Centeno. 2-0. Chargois had problems throwing strikes, and he's in a situation now where he's got to throw one. Two singles for Kane. He also bounced into a double play in the second. Chargois with that heavy sinker would like to get a ground ball hit at somebody here. And Kane had other thoughts. They've had a lot of practice with these rainouts and late innings that they've had to play, and usually there's a day game that follows. It's a pretty simple recipe. You get back to your bed, pop an Advil AM, and go to sleep. Three and one.
It is a hard sinker at 96 miles an hour.
Big pitch here after the leadoff single. 3-1 to Kane. And he took a strike at the knees. Fox Tracks had that pitch low.
Don't believe everything you see.
And that pitch is low.
That one is low.
First and second, nobody out. And Eric Hosmer will bat. And Centeno to the mound. And Pat Dean, the only reliever other than Kinsler, who's not already been in the game, pitched 3 innings last night, so he's not even an option. And Kinsler, the closer, like to think at some point you might have a lead to protect. Need to keep him available. Here is Hosmer. Kloof in on the grass at third in the event Hosmer bunts. And now backing up a few steps.
And Hosmer does not have a sacrifice yet this year, but he does square around early.
Team player.
And it's bunted foul. It's almost like a pitcher when there's no element for surprise. He squared before Chagua even started his windup.
I'm surprised that Joe Mauer's playing back.
And again, Hosmer squares.
Joe's got to come charging in.
1-1.
Yeah, Joe was playing behind Kane. And Trevor Plouffe now looking in the dugout what play is on. Going through a set of signs for the infield. Now Mauer even with the bag.
Chopped foul. Back to the screen, and it's 1-2. Chagua really had good AAA numbers, and to the extent it's worth anything in a pressure situation like this, closed some ball games at AAA. This is quite a different situation here, though. Not asked to get a save, but trying to pitch out of this jam in the 11th. 1-2.
And Hosmer squaring around the bunt.
With 2 strikes.
He has only 2 sacrifices in his career as a Royal. Had 1 last year.
Three and 2. Cuthbert started this inning with a base hit, and then Kane worked a full count walk.
Well, Barrios walked himself into trouble in the 2nd inning. Need him to swing the bat here.
Full count. Morales on deck. Big swing and a foul. 465 at bats for Hosmer, and he struck out 100 times. Poke foul down the line. 97 miles per hour.
Wild card.
Three and 2 to Hosmer. Driven to right. Kepler won't get it. One hops the wall. Cuthbert to third. He's being waved around, and the Royals win it. Eric Hosmer whistling a line drive over Kepler's head in right field, and in 11 at 2:14 in the morning. The Royals have made it 6 wins in a row.
Well, yeah, 3-2 fastball, and Hosmer didn't miss it over the head of Kepler, and the Royals end up beating the Twins for the 9th time this year in 11 games. Hosmer knew it.
Went down and got a fastball and hit it hard. Not much Kepler could do about it. And so a long, long night for both teams, and the Royals end up picking up an awfully big win for them. His 7th career walk-off hit. And the Twins will wrap things up here tonight and try to figure out a way to beat the Royals tomorrow night. We will be back with more from Kauffman Stadium in about 2 minutes.